Okay, so today I'm going to do my yearly Skyrim Christmas Special. So ever since 2021, when I came back to streaming, I've done a Skyrim episode on Christmas. And so on top of that, I made another rule for it though too. But like just the basic idea why I would do that is because, you know, it's kind of a snowy region. It just seems like a Christmassy kind of game, right? On a basic level. But then as usual, I take it too far, like with all my formats. And then I say, oh, I can only do it on Christmas, meaning I don't play it any other day of the whole year ever, right? So I might have played it earlier in 2021 because that was before I even came back to streaming. But then as soon as I did it on Christmas 2021, then I decided, you know what, I can only do it on Christmas just because, again, it is so addicting or whatever. Like you could do it every day if you wanted to, or, you know, it could get kind of old if you just do it whenever. So I don't make like a committed series out of it because I'd already played it so much or done so much with it. So it's kind of like, you just commit like, okay, you're going to play it every Christmas as a tradition, but then you're going to only play it on Christmas too. So 2022, 23, 24, 25, right? This is the only day that I played it was on Christmas Day. There might have been one minor exception where I was on the Switch doing like a stream on my Switch 1, not the Switch 2, obviously, but a couple years ago, and I might have just like opened it on there just to kind of show it off. Like I was going through every single game on there, but I didn't really play it or do anything, right? So that would be the only exception, but that's kind of interesting because, again, it is the only time where I'm basically allowed to play it, which seems like a weird format to do. So today, and we get to show off my little channel art here for this, but basically I'll do sort of the same thing I did last year, right? These sessions, again, from 2021 to now, right? These last 4 years I've been back to streaming. The other format I do like this is the Red Dead for Thanksgiving, where I did every Thanksgiving I do a Red Dead Redemption Bounty Hunter special episode where and again, I guess that fits because of the time period. It feels like, oh, you're going out hunting for turkey kind of instead of hunting for turkey, I'm hunting for bounty. There's like some little joke or interpretation with that I would make. But the thing is that one I don't limit it and say that, oh, I can only do it on Thanksgiving. I've done that at plenty of other times, right? So that's just an ongoing series I can do anytime. Again, by bounty hunter, I mean like I'm trying to get my bounty as high as possible, right? In fact, I might have the art still up here. Oh no, that's my chest one. I forget where I put it, but you're trying to get your bounty up as high as possible, basically, right? And even that I do in some sort of permadeath way where like, oh, if I die, it resets to 0. And so I didn't do very well this Thanksgiving, right? I kept dying and not really getting it very far. But that's kind of a fun format where you're kind of an evil character. And again, you're trying to get it, your bounty as high as possible. And then the other thing is, so yeah, but that I do like any other time of the year. So these sessions have typically devolved into, again, in the last 4 years, one of two things. Either, like last year, I tried to do a permadeath legendary run, maybe even for the first time, because I've never even beaten the game, like the story, so it wouldn't even make sense. Like, I've never done a legendary permadeath run, but I've never even done a permadeath run, period, like, successfully, because again, if you've never beaten the game, then how do you really consider that you've won that? So what I've done with this game over the years is I've sort of done a permadeath session format, which I call it. So like, for example, here, let's say I play for like 5 hours and then I die, right? So then I'm not allowed to save it at any point. So that 5 hours of progress gets wiped away, right? So like if I start whatever my save file is at from the last time I ended off, right, on my current character and my main character, it's not that, oh, if I die, I have to delete the character or something like that, the way that it would be with the other run. So again, we're going to do one of two things, basically. And if I fail one, then I might move to the other. So basically, I think that's what I did in like 2021, 2, and 3. And that's something I would do in the past, is basically a permadeath session where you go in and you don't save it. You're not allowed to save it, right? So again, if I play for 10 hours and then 5 hours into that session I die, then we go back to wherever our save was at the beginning of the session. I don't get to save at any time within there, right? Or like, let's say I play for 6 hours, so I die 5 hours into it. Now, the only part that I'll get to save is the 1 hour from the 5 to 6 hour period, right? Because that first 5 hours, we reset to the original save at the beginning of the session. We don't get to save it until the very, very end of the session, basically. Right, so that's one format. So it's sort of pseudo-permadeath, but it's not like you're deleting your character that you put in hundreds of hours to make, right? That would be a little bit too much and too unfair, right? So you do that permadeath session, and typically within that, my gameplay often consists of me just kind of wandering around, but especially trying to do the College of Winterhold book quest, where like I try not to fast travel and I try to walk around and I try to you know, those will send you to such a dynamic location. So I just try to keep getting books over and over. So I even made one of my titles for one of these episodes like all Uro Groshub, whatever his name is, the librarian at the College of Winterhold, all he wants for Christmas are books. And then I, you know, try to get as many books as possible for him and go on this big adventure to try to do it. So because that's like an infinite, endlessly repeatable radiant quest that'll keep sending you to different locations. So that's always a great thing to do. And then what I did last year is what I'll try to start with here is the fact of the, I'm going to try to, and I've like never really modded this game or done anything like that, or even all these other things that they've introduced, right? I tried to Oblivion Remastered, or people were more hyped about the fan-made thing, the Sky Oblivion or whatever, but that's the best way to counter fan-made stuff is to just do it yourself in a way. Like, you know, why should we need GTA RP being such a big deal? Why doesn't Rockstar just do that themselves, right? Right, why do we need no pixel or whatever stuff that people have done, right? If people would rather do that than GTA Online or whatever the case may be, so you should kind of cater to that yourself. But no, we'll do a proper permadeath run where I'll make a new character and I'll do it in such a way that I'll give it only like one shot, but I said that last time and then I think I got frustrated. It's just very, very unfair. So I might have to make like a cheese character, like an archer, and be sneaky or something. Because it's just very, very, at the beginning, it's very unfair unless you have like some real path and plan already planned out, which I'm not going to do it like that. I'm just doing it on a whim. But so we'll give that a shot, right? Permadeath legendary run. And if I fail that, then I'll do just the regular College of Winterhold stuff. Or even if I don't fail, if I get to a satisfactory point, right? Because I'm going to want to ignore doing the story too. I don't like even doing that, but you probably should do it. Right, wandering around is going to come with its own risks and stuff like that. And the other notable thing about this stream is the fact that this is basically my first YouTube gaming stream ever, right? Where typically all the YouTube streams I've done lately, like typically I always stream on Twitch over the years. So this last month only, really, I've started streaming on YouTube just because I'm doing those driving streams, like where I'm doing my absolutist philosophy and stuff like that, right? So I figured, oh, why don't we just try it on there instead, right? Just for whatever reason. And then it started to be pretty good with the algorithm, and they kind of, it just seems interesting to do. So, okay, why not give it a shot? But I never really did it on PC or while playing a game. I was just doing those like sort of just chatting for like the last month, right? And that's the extent of basically streaming on YouTube that I've done. So I figured this would be a good segue to try to do this on here. The only exception is like a couple years ago, I did do one of those whatever Wednesday, like the Red Dead Bounty Hunter series, in fact, too. It wasn't on Thanksgiving. But it was like one of these random formats I was doing. Like every Wednesday I would play something random that just something out of the blue. And so one of those was a Red Dead Bounty Hunter thing. But that was still on like PS3, but I was doing that on YouTube. So I did do that. It won't actually show up, I guess, in my history because, and that might have been on a different channel too. I can't remember even. That might have been on my main channel, or I don't know, because this is like on my third channel, but I don't mind doing it on here because I'm just going to spam, you know, upload on, you know, this is the kind of dumping around sort of channel, not in a bad way, but just, I don't mind spamming stuff on here because that's what it's meant for, right? Whereas the other two channels are meant for more specific, limited things. Like the main channel, I just upload once every week or 2 weeks, something more notable, like an unboxing or something interesting. And then the second channel is more for like regular episode uploads of what I'm doing on a weekly basis, like regular series and stuff. So for this third channel is just a bunch of random clips and stuff like that, where you know, just anything I want to fit into there. So let's first look at what we have here. I can't even remember what any of this shit is, but like what is my main thing that I was doing? Like where I have 100 hours plus or something. The intro is going to kind of trigger me, but that's why I said I'm only going to do it once. But no, like I got to think about what build would make the most sense for this. Do I do a mage, but then we're going to run out of ammo all the time? Do I do a, I don't know, 65 hours? I don't know what some of these characters even are. I have no idea. The fuck? Where is like my main thing? Do I not maybe even have what's going on? What? Where is like my, yeah, like who is this A? Like my character's name is A, but like why does this not appear properly? I almost don't want to do that, but I'd rather just play this guy. But my favorite thing about this that I did in some of the earlier episodes here, and see, it even shows you like, oh, 1225, that proves that I didn't play it since last Christmas, right? Or at least didn't save it since then. But you could even see on Steam the same thing, right? That last played 12, 25, 24. But no, like I spent like an hour at the beginning of each of these episodes going around my thing. Maybe not an hour, but like going around my all the boxes and storage that I have in that Archmage's quarters, and then looking through like a different set of gear and trying to like, okay, let me make a set of gear for an archer, let me make a set of gear for whatever playstyle I feel like doing, right? And so we have all this collection of different stuff that gives you like whatever, increased damage with bows or increased damage with whatever I'm choosing to use. So let me make sure that we I don't know why I feel like one time I overwrote something in a way that I didn't want it to do. Like, see, this must have been the Permadeath character, maybe. So let's just do one, but again, I'm only going to give myself one life. So either I take it seriously or I fuck up and I just accept the fact, accept my fate. And the one thing, again, see the intro for a millionth time. The one thing I'll say is this game predicted the future of the immigration crisis in the U.S., right? That's our crime that we start with. But no, what I'm going to try to do next year is Permadeath first playthroughs of new games that just came out, which is something I tried to do at the end of like 2023. Or was it last year? I don't even remember. Like Slitterhead, whenever Slitterhead came out, and Indiana Jones. It must have been at the end of last year, actually. But like I had done that in the past, but I often would do that format too. Again, like my creation in 2016, the Permadeath first playthrough format, where you play a game for the first time blind and you try to beat it without dying. And if you die, then the playthrough ends. You either have to start over, or in my case, I like wait 6 months to a year, or maybe never before I play it again. So it'd be interesting to do that with new games as they come out, which I did a little bit in the past, but I mainly just did it with stuff that I never played before. Right, so it could be a first playthrough for me, but it's not something brand new that just came out. It's just something I never got around to doing. Now I'll compare this like to Twitch, which again, I don't get any viewers on Twitch anyway, like hardly. So it doesn't really matter, but as long as the quality is fine and stuff. And the one thing is it auto uploads, but I'll still do that myself too. Like I'll just cut out the pauses if I go AFK a couple times and stuff. So I'm going to take this seriously, but I think the best way to do it is you kind of cheese at the beginning. Like we'll just be a sneak character and we won't fight anything or something. But no, I'm only going to give myself one life. So for better or for worse, if we die, I'll just switch over to the other character and just chill and get some books, which itself can be pretty stressful too, because that's on Legendary 2 and it's Permadeath 2 in the sense of, you know, I got to reset every time. So but these are the only last 2 PC streams that I've done, is the Thanksgiving special for Red Dead, where I even unboxed like a mouse and keyboard and special things just for that. So the Red Dead Thanksgiving special, now we got the Skyrim Christmas special, and then I'll do a special on New Year's where I'm going to do the whiz-bang thing in Hearthstone, because I did that a previous year, like bring in the new year with that, like see how long he can last and do, you know, whatever, my little return to Hearthstone. That seems fitting to do, and I've had an urge to do that lately, just Hearthstone in general, but I just haven't gotten around to it. I almost wanted to try it on my phone, because I've been doing those iPhone streams, but I feel like it'll crash and it won't work super well. I'm just so triggered by how many times I've seen this opening that I don't even want to acknowledge it. It's not a bad intro, but it's kind of too small of a scale. Like there should be more people, or there should be something, right, like more going on. It feels too isolated. But I guess in a way maybe that's intentional by the Empire. Like, oh, they're trying to kill him in secrecy, kind of. Like, oh, there's people protesting him, but this is like a small... Like, there should be more people here, that's all.
Why are we stopping? Why do you think? And
Yeah, I've never beaten the game, and I always just kind of wander around, and that's kind of a good sign of open world design. Like the Bethesda games, you never beat them, you just kind of wander around, and that's, you know, make your own story, make your own adventure. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And so it's the same thing like with you know, like even the Red Dead thing, even though it's Rockstar games aren't as good with their open world, with giving you stuff to do and find and collect and stuff, it's still good because I don't want the autosave on though. Like I'll do that bounty hunter series and just try to keep, you know, getting distracted by that, but that doesn't mean that or I guess I don't even know if it's on legendary or not. Like I'll get distracted every time I do that. So I've never beaten Red Dead either, but that's the one distinction between Bethesda games and Rockstar games, is the fact that Bethesda games will play into that more, where there's a lot of stuff to collect, and there's an inventory system, and there's, you know, content dungeon to do every 5 steps and stuff like that. There's more content density and replayability. Whereas Rockstar games don't do as good of a job with that, right? Like Red Dead doesn't have that much to really find or explore in the world. It's just kind of empty space. So then you kind of make your own fun with that, but at least the bounty system is substantially better than the whatever the other. Wait, why is it auto saving then? For no reason. The point is that the bounty system, because it gives you something to work towards in a cumulative way, right, over the course of like an entire playthrough. You keep having these encounters with law enforcement, but it doesn't stop you from playing the game. Whereas this does. The wanted level in GTA stops you because, oh, you either run away or die or just fight the cops forever. You don't get to actually like win that encounter and then have an ongoing, like, that's what they should do in GTA 6. You have like an overall reputation as a criminal regardless of the individual instances. So like, you know, Red Dead, you have Red Dead 1, you have 500 bounty, and then you kill enough law enforcement, and then they stop coming for a bit. Then you can go to the town, do what you got to do a quest, do a mission, and then you can have another encounter with them later. They'll come after you on their own, stuff like that. Right, so you see the difference is it doesn't completely stop you from playing the game, or it's like if you're wanted, I guess you could kind of do that though. Like whenever you're on a mission, if it doesn't cause you to fail, you could deliberately attract the police just to make it more interesting. But that could be a hard mode format. Like try to beat GTA 5, where on every mission you get a 5-star wanted level, if it even lets you, without making you fail the mission, right? Which I feel like a lot of them would make you fail, but try to get a 5-star wanted level for every single mission and try to do it like that. With that kind of going on in the background, regardless of what you're doing, right? And that'll be harder than the mission itself. So I'll do like some sort of sneaky. Let's do whoever I think is like good at stealth, which noted for the stealth and magic skills. Who else would be kind of stealthy though? Swamps. I always liked them for their, you know, convenience of the breathing underwater and stuff, but oh, Khajiit, yeah, let's do them actually. Excellent thieves due to their natural stealthiness, can see in the dark and have, I don't know what that see in the dark thing really means. I don't think I've really messed around with them before. And will have unarmed claw attacks, which I guess are at least a little better than, yeah, we'll do an unarmed build. Let's do something like, I don't know. You know what? Let's do it like the Dragonborn, right? Like that. The Lone Wanderer, right? We won't even do. We'll do it more like as a title than. Oh, look, he's racially profiling us.
Forget this. He goes to the block.
By your orders, Captain.
Yeah, if like you're not on the list, but then why did they even pick you up? They just picked you up altogether. You were in the general vicinity of not Tullius. Why does it keep auto-saving when I don't want it to? Because that's the whole point. There is no saving, right? I'll get to save once at the end of the episode if I survive, but I don't get to restart somewhere if I die.
But a hero doesn't use a power like the voice to murder his king and usurp his throne.
sometimes it just seems too small of a scale for like the epicness of what should be going on, right? It doesn't quite match, but this would be like the equivalent of, oh, they're trying to do it in secrecy so nobody protests it, right, in some little obscure village, but I don't know if that's entirely the vibe that they were trying to go for.
Yes, General Tullius. Give them their last rites. As we
So there's some good twist of irony thing with this, like where, oh, Alduin should, and I guess when I first played this, I didn't realize that was, or I mean, I didn't get far enough in the story to really see Alduin enough, but, like I didn't know that was Alduin at first. I thought it was just a random dragon, so it kind of undercuts the epicness of the story. You don't need that. This is the first time anybody here is seeing a dragon, right? So you don't need it to be the badass Alduin, you know, dragon of all dragons. It could just be any random one, and it would still be a shock and a big deal, right? That's kind of better writing. Just let this be some random one or some lesser named one, right? And then let him be later. Instead, you're kind of fucking it up because you're ruining the, you know, you have an epic moment where, oh, it's a shock just to see any dragon at all, right? It doesn't matter whether it's that one or not.
Did you hear that?
I said next prisoner.
To the block, prisoner. Nice and easy.
Right, so the greatest moment of irony in fiction history, that if he didn't save you here, you wouldn't have, you know, he would have won with whatever he's trying to do because you're the one to stop him, and he had no idea that you were... Like, I guess I don't know why he exactly chooses this moment to do it. He's not doing it to save you, is he? Like, on purpose? That maybe he wants to convert you, and I don't think he knows, though. See, like, it could just be any random dragon, and it's just as epic of a thing. But no, it's the dragon of all dragons, I guess. I don't know if it'll even say it in the captions. Read the, oh, it's Alduin. I know more about him from prank calls than anything else. Like, there's some, you know, Alduin calls like a prank calls a Chinese store, and he keeps saying that I am Alduin, firstborn of Akatosh, and stuff like that. I mean, even the fire's gonna get us there. Like, I don't know. We're gonna die to one of these scripted moments. I mean, I don't think crouching is going to do very much for us here. Or the way the NPCs just tank everything is kind of comical. In a way, I could almost do my healing hands type build. That, I could, like, use a companion and cheese them because they'll be juiced out by the AI as well. Like, even whatever you summon. Right? If you summon a Daedra or something, then you can just kind of do it this way, just go backwards. But summon like a Dremora or Daedra or whatever you summon is going to be jacked out too, the same way that the enemies are, right? So you can kind of cheese that and just heal them or support them kind of, in a way. Okay, can we just go, man? I forget if he attacks again, but it'll be impatient that ends up killing me. And like, this is always made out to be like, oh, it's a big plot choice, but it's really not, because you can just change it later, right? It's not like you have to do anything committed here. So we'll try to be stealth minded, right? But I don't know exactly how this is going to manifest.
Looks like we're the only ones who made it. That thing was a dragon, no doubt. Just like the children's stories and the legends. The harbingers of the end time. We better get moving.
I interrupted him by getting too close.
Those bindings off. There you go. You may as well take Gunyor's gear. He won't.
Yeah, there's certain things about this game that do kind of go above and beyond, in the sense that like the physics of like being able to lift stuff up freely and stuff like that. That's really unnecessary. They didn't have to do that, but that's really impressive, and very few games do that. Even the fact of like items having a sense of permanence in the world, that you can like drop any item on the ground and actually see it physically there. The way that like in certain things, like MMOs and stuff, never do that because there's just too much shit, right? It'd be too hard to do, but there's a certain value to that for sure. So what I want now is just again, let's confirm for sure it's on it's on legendary. So when we obviously beat the whole game like this, which again, this would be my first time beating the game, period, let alone, so I could still say, oh, it's the first playthrough in that sense. But let me do one thing here. What is your special ability even? Oh, okay. I thought it meant like the same way that Argonians can just breathe underwater, period. Right. I thought that you could just see in the dark like that. It would just be like a passive thing all the time. I'm not going to use these kind of things too much, but right, I just want to have them on the bar. I don't get that. Like, that's just okay. They do 15 points of damage. Is that going to be better than my? It presumably might be better. I mean, I should actually try it, or at least at the beginning of the game. I don't know how sustainable that is. I know there's like some pugilist gloves or something that come out later that you can get later that maybe you can make like an unarmed build, but I feel like it's one of those obscure things that there's not going to be a lot that really supports it. So we'll put let me actually put my weapon on 1. That way, like if I want to unequip it, then we can do that too. Right, so like, okay, I'll do it and then I'll put it away and I'll try to do it with the claws. If we're treating 15 as a raw measure here versus like 9 from that, because I don't have any weapon skill, it might actually just be objectively better right now. So we're starting a legendary permadeath run with our literal bare fist, but it actually might be objectively the best thing to do. But getting even that close to them is something I don't like. But I can use a bow. I mean, I'm not going to restrict what I can do here. It's just like let him just tank for it. I mean, I could just leave altogether, but I need him to tank them. I mean, I can't. This whole stupid ass thing with the fist is not going to work. Right, if I'm tanking. Doesn't seem too bad, actually. Or you should never let your stamina drain all the way like that. Again, you can just kind of cheese it with the Railov here. That is doing a decent amount. You have to remember, this is legendary and they are going to be kind of health patty. So, although she's tanky as fuck as I'm saying that. It's almost a little bit too much at times where it starts to feel comical. It's kind of like in the Fallout games, like where you'll headshot somebody and then it's like you'll headshot somebody right in their face, like with no helmet on or nothing like that, and they'll just survive it. They'll just tank it. I probably shouldn't be doing all this. I want kind of light armor, so we're going to be either stealth or like, I forget what daggers, even the benefit of daggers are with that. Right, like, oh, you get a stealth hit with a dagger, but where does it say that? Or that'd be in sneak anyway. Right, I forget where it rewards you for doing that, because you could say, well, you know, you can use a bow, but what's the benefit of using a dagger? Sneak attacks with daggers now do a total of 15 times normal damage, right? So you can almost one-shot things in normal difficulty, but okay, let me think about what we want here. We want something kind of light. We don't want this kind of heavy shit. Light boots, light. Don't want that. Don't want that. Maybe I'm being like too particular about that, but so light. Okay, that should be okay. I mean, again, you'd have to be like some sort of expert on the game, or like, yeah, M2 to block. It's an invalid prompt because it's actually obviously I'm using my fists, which again, they seem decent. Although I guess I could compare it to the weapon here still, and you know what I mean, that might be better, or like that might be better than I expect, but mainly I want this dude to tank for me for now. Which again, I could do that, like where, oh, I try to find a companion right away, and I try I try to cheese like that, but I don't know.
That dragon doesn't give up easy.
Grab everything important and let's move. Dragon's burning everything to the ground.
Like, we need a bow, for example. Then at least I can run away if I want to do something. If you let him tank them, I'm not going to do shit. And he's going to be tanky as hell. I'm just scared if they focus on me at all.
Enough of this.
Right, if you get to, or if we get the kill animation with this, it could be kind of cool. Oh yeah, like that. More like a wrestling move than anything else.
See if you can.
He doesn't show any reaction to that. Like, oh wow, we just did this epic somersault with the guy. You got some potions here and shit.
Done. Let's get moving.
I mean, I'm sure that, no. And I always sort of self-imposed a lot of rules with stuff like that where, oh, you know, you have like a cooldown on a potion, or you can't just cheese it. So like, you can't just spam them. They should almost have that. These are all things that Elder Scrolls 6, if it ever comes out, should have, right? So we'll put this on a hotkey, but I'm only allowed to use one of them at a time, right, within a span. So like, I can't just spam them if I'm you know, taking significant amounts of damage for a while. I'll use one of them and that's it. Right. Almost to the point where, no, I won't say that I can only carry one. Like how in WoW or something, there'd be a cooldown. You can use it, but then you can't use it again for like 2 minutes or something. Right, so you can't cheese it. Now here we need a bow. And the reason why we need a bow is because that might be the best way to do it, especially at the beginning. If I just say, you know, I'm missing an unarmed in close range. But no, it's a situation where if I like get a partner to stay with us, which I don't really want to cheese it like that, but you almost have to, I think that would you know, that would be kind of necessary. So if we keep a dagger, I'm going to be a little bit too OCD about this, but like, this is a one-shot only thing, right? We're not going to... Right, we're not going to do this again. Like, either we just do it or we don't. Like, everything is very serious. We're going to live up to Khajiit stereotypes. Well moment, right? Because the dude, even at the beginning, was saying that. Like, oh, you... I guess I haven't been a Khajiit before. I don't remember it. He even says, oh, you're kind of always getting into trouble. Like, he's saying that specifically because I'm a Khajiit. He wouldn't say that to anyone else. I was like, yeah, what is the first thing we do? We break out of prison and we pick a lock, like very much living up to our stereotype. Okay, whatever. Let's just do this. I just get triggered by this intro. Like, I don't want to do it ever again, and there are ways to skip it, but like when you've seen it so many times, you know. So yeah, we're not going to do magic or two-handed or anything like that because it's just not going to make sense. I think, again, it'll be some hybrid between stealth and... So let me think just in the order of what I want to do it. The first thing I want is a bow, which apparently they don't give you right away. It feels like there should be one in this room almost the way they're presenting it, but... Yeah, that's one self-imposed rule that I always do is I'm not going to spam... Or maybe this will give you a skill, actually. I'm not going to spam stuff. The potions, right? If I use one, I can only use one during a span of time, and that's it. Like... Right, I'll do a self-imposed cooldown. So that's almost what I would do mods for. Is like, not to make the game easier, but to make it harder. Like, to set certain rules. Or I'm thinking that those are enemies for some reason. Gold is fine. That was one problem in my other playthrough, like of my main character, that you always run into is you almost have too much money and there's nothing to do with it. So it turns into like a quality of life thing. Oh, I'm just going to buy a bunch of soul gems already filled up from the store, right, from the shops that are like way overpriced, but just because I'm lazy, I'm too lazy to worry about filling them myself. So, okay, so here you can get a bow because, you can get a bow because in fact they can almost one-shot you with these fucking arrows. I remember that. They're kind of bullshit when it comes to that. Right, for some reason archers do a fuckload of damage on this mode. Right, like literally one of those arrows could kill me, I think. and it won't kill the other AI NPCs because they're just clowns like that. But or like, yeah, when it says the sneak attack with daggers, I forget how this works. So what if I do a double attack with daggers? That kind of does work, right? If you do it, if you're dual wielding daggers and you're in stealth, right, and you get a double hit off, you can get them with like 4 hits in like a sequence. I think I remember doing that with what little stealth play that I ever did, which is not much. It just feels kind of cheap. Okay, that's my dream come true. That's all we need. Now the run is already made. Right, that's all we need. Now I'm gonna find some stupid AI to hide behind, I guess, or the problem is that everything is too tanky, so it's very difficult to, you know, do it on your own. And in fact, that, speaking of mods that would make things more difficult, that's almost something I would do too. If I, you know, a mod that makes the companion partners die like normal, like you would, even if they're tankier than you and stuff like that. I hate when they go down on the ground, right? They go down on the ground and then they get back up. I don't want that. I want it to be the same with me. Like if I'm about to die, then I just die, right? There is no recovery phase where they feel like invincible and they're just kind of fucking around, right? That makes it feel kind of dumb, or I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna be super OCD about my inventory just because I want it to be like very, you know, clear and intentional with what I'm doing. Okay, I'm not gonna use spells probably at all, but I mean, for something like this with the fire, I guess I could do it, but yeah, we want to stock up on arrows. I think this will work, right? I don't like playing like a pussy this way with sneak slash the bow, but at least at the beginning, you kind of have to, honestly. There's going to be no way to... Yeah, is there some way to set this off? Like use a fire arrow like it's fucking Legend of Zelda on this shit there. But yeah, this is the only way to do it because, again, you're going to be super squishy. Everybody's super tanky. Even your own AI helpers are tanky, which is part of the point. Yeah, I think I even tried it with a two-hander character last year when I did the same thing, right? I tried it like a couple times maybe, which here I'm only going to try it once. So if I die, I'm not going to do it again. But yeah, it's like I'm doing a two-handed character, which is the most suicidal, stupid kind of build to do. Right, that just doesn't work for this mode, but I guess I was trying to make it harder for myself or something. Yeah, I'll be open to, like, let me make a decision. Okay, I'm going to do sneak, I'm going to do archery, I'm going to do, I guess you don't have to do one-handed because even the perk for the daggers is in sneak, right? This is the main one that you want. 15 times normal damage, which is crazy. Yeah, let's actually take this seriously. Sometimes I'm a little bit cocky at the beginning. Not even just in this context, but like if anything, like, oh, it's the beginning of the game, so it's going to be easy. But like, it's almost the opposite because you don't have any resources at your disposal. Metroid Echo's Permadeath run in a nutshell, where Amorbus was the hardest part of that whole fucking game because like you get knocked out of his little barrier for a second, right? Where I got embarrassed. I had just beaten Metroid Prime 1 energy tank permadeath run, and I was kind of hyped up at, you know, like 1 energy tank run, right, where you don't get any upgrades. And I beat the game and I'm kind of hyped up. So like, oh, let's do echoes. And then I get destroyed by the first boss because I'm just totally overconfident and out of my element because how the fuck did they detect you like that, dude? What the fuck? It's a situation where there's like that dark aura that does damage to you, right? Just for simply walking around. So he knocks you out of the little safe zone, and that alone is enough to basically kill you because you have so little health. It's the beginning of the game. You don't have any resources. You don't have, well, obviously you don't have I wasn't going to get energy tanks anyway because it's a 1 energy tank run, but it's like, for some reason, the beginning of the game seems more difficult that way. Right, like just there's a kind of inverse effect, right? Is the game easier at the beginning or the end? But by the end, you would have so much freedom to build your character a certain way. You'd have all these resources, you'd have potions, you'd have items. Whereas the beginning, you might be very limited. So if you mess something up, right, there's very little room for error. So it can sometimes be the opposite. So this, you're even meant to sneak by. I thought he was on the other side for some reason. I think my favorite dungeons in this game are always the ones to do with the Falmer because they're actually genuinely a little bit creepy. Like, Black Reach is so fucking awesome. right? It's a whole city. It looks totally different than anything else in the game. Good excuse to. Oh yeah, you're giving me a bow. You don't see what I'm doing, but like as if this isn't the build that we're trying to do anyway. Like the game's even telling you to do this, but yeah, how about you don't talk? That might fucking wake it up, you dumb clown. We'll play it like that, the microphone horror games, where like it can hear you talk. So like, oh, if I'm talking, the in-game enemies could hear me. That's a pretty funny genre. It's like these, what do you call it? Just like microphone-enabled horror games. Like if you're not talking, like if you're just playing like normal, then you wouldn't be talking anyway, so it wouldn't matter. But survival mode adds extra. Oh god, I guess I'll do it though. I forgot about this. Eat, sleep, and stay warm. Additional challenges such as no fast travel, which I like to play like that anyway. Reduce carry weight and leveling up only when you sleep, which is kind of like how it was in Oblivion. Survival mode. Okay, well, that'll be on top of it. Don't worry, it's just a scripted event anyway. The air is warm here. I mean, I do like elements like that, but it's just... So can you stay with me then? Because...
No way to know if anyone else made it out alive. But this place is going to be swarming with Imperials soon enough. Better clear out of here.
I can guarantee you it won't be swarming with Imperials ever, right? You can come back here anytime. But... I hate using the followers for multiple reasons, right? No, it's not best if we split up. Fuck. But... What I'm saying is, I don't like the fact that they feel invincible, because then it feels like cheating, right? Where, again, they'll go down on the ground and then they'll get back up. And so maybe what I should say is I'm allowed to summon stuff, because that works normally. If that dies, if your summon dies, that'll die like normal, but not like these fucking AI clowns. So I'll say that. I'm not allowed to use followers, but I'm allowed to use summons. But then I don't want to waste my spell... I guess like summon items could be useful here, but I don't want to waste too much of my skill points and stuff on summons. Because it's not so much about how strong they are either. I just want something to tank for me, right? Because I'm obviously going to be squishy and I'm going to be a pussy and kind of hiding in the back and being a clown. With the hunger. You are hungry. Dude, just like let me walk to the town, dude. Hungry, which reduces your total available stamina, represented by dark region in the stamina bar. Hunger also... This feels like something that would have been in a mod anyway, but then they decided to do it themselves officially. Hunger also affects how quickly you can attack with weapons. Eat food to reduce your hunger. Cooked meals are significantly better at restoring your hunger than raw, uncooked food. Eating raw meat may lead to contracting food poisoning. Holy shit. See, like little things like that could make a big difference though in the course of like such a long playthrough, right? It might not seem like a big deal, but it will be very fun to manage that. So obviously we're gonna do the Thief Stone. All stealth skills 20% faster, which of course we'll switch that out for one of the specific ability related stones later, like one that just gives you and of course stealth doesn't work right in the overworld because you're always detected by something. But no, it's like there's certain ones that just are really good, like as a mage, the Atronax stone lets you like absorb magicka back. I feel like that was almost bugged out, because every time I would cast a spell, even if nothing was hitting me with the spell themselves, I would just gain magic back like for no reason, or you could like kind of cheese it a little bit. I'm trying to basically hide behind this dude, but it's just kind of in bad taste, I guess. See, my desire to explore is what does me, and I'll go to the Ember Shard mine and get fucked up and stuff. That's the thing. Even though I'm a permadeath player, I'm also a bit of a wanderlust type dude. See, now I wouldn't be able to do this on my own, but now I guess I won't feel too bad about it for now. But no, I'm almost going to use my claws to... Or is this going to actually make me want to try cooking as a profession? Because... where the fuck is he? Oh shit, nice shot. Because you're gonna like get the meat and then cook it to like be better fed or something. I forget why that would even be a thing, but like food poisoning and stuff. Like what they're introducing just new mechanics. It's one thing like, okay, it makes your stamina bar decrease, but like what is food poisoning? There's no food poisoning in Skyrim. Like what does that mean exactly? What does it do? Right, like it'll be an active effect, or it is actually showing it here. Raw diet. You could eat blood. Oh, that's kind of convenient. Eat raw meat without the risk of disease. Wow. That does solve that problem without me even knowing it was there. Total stamina is reduced. Attacks with weapons are 10, so it'll keep getting worse. 10% slower. 30% less effective using shields and sneaking. What the fuck, man? You feel refreshed. Hold. This is awesome, though. I like that. On top of the legendary mode, right, we have other things to manage. So we'll take advantage of this town a little bit, but I do still want to explore. I'm a little scared because, right, like you shouldn't just do that too freely. As much as that's my tendency to do, like wander around. Like what kind of stuff can I even cook though? I mean, I don't even know. Like what meat are we talking about? I've never done that before in the course of, like I should just go and get some food normally. It would give you something to do with your money, I guess. Right, if you, like now you have other things to manage. You just eat some cheese or something.
We got rooms and food. Drink too. Take a look.
Right, because normally you'd be using it as a healing item, but cooked beef, okay. Let's see how much of a difference this makes to my thing. Like let's try to RP it a little bit. We'll sit down, we'll have a nice meal. Fatigue, you're tired as soon as you sit down, or is it telling me that because of that? Which reduces your total available magicka, which I could give less of a shit about that. Fatigue also decreases how quickly you recover magic and stamina and the effectiveness of potions. Sleep in a bed to reduce your fatigue. Sleeping indoors allows for more restful sleep than sleeping outdoors. Like I haven't even done anything yet and it's already giving me all this shit to worry about. The cooked beef, so let's see, you are well fed. This is kind of crazy, the amount of detail in that. So raw diet is just a constant benefit. Your Khajiit, like we're getting all these benefits for things that aren't even real mechanics in the game, right? This is not, these two are not things that you normally would have to worry about. So I like that it's accounting for that in certain races of characters. The claws would be obviously normally there. Stamina regenerates 10% faster. Well, I don't want it to be like a pay to win thing. I just want it to be, you know, it should just be neutral. It should be normal, and then it should be worse. It shouldn't be more than normal. That kind of bothers me, actually. Right now, it seems like you're getting some undue benefit from it that you otherwise wouldn't. Picking locks and pockets is 10% easier, 10% more resistant to frost. So what do I do with this? I have to sleep in a bed. This is kind of like a good way to give use to mechanics that exist otherwise, right? Like you can sleep in a bed normally, but there's no reason to really do it. So thanks for the nice meal. Then we're gonna get a... Wait. Where's the... Or do you have to talk to somebody else? That Delphine chick who turns out to be a spy with the fucking...
I'm the innkeeper. It's my business to keep track of strangers.
Or she doesn't even hide her name. That's just her name.
For a day.
Or maybe she has a different name when she's doing that duty. Oh. It's the other. I had a 50% chance to guess which one it is. But yeah, I like that. It gives you like an RP element that you actually have to do things that you normally wouldn't have. What? Or is it like upstairs? What the fuck? That's like the coin flip meme, right? If it's heads, I have to be your boyfriend. If it's tails, you have to be my girlfriend. And you still get it wrong. Right? You win, you lose a 50-50. But how? Is it this one? Like, what are you trolling me for, dude? Okay, let's sleep for like a proper 8 hours. I'm being just like super pussy though this run in a way that's kind of a little bit salty because of how badly I got killed last year. I had to wait a year to do this run and I only get one chance, so I'm not gonna fuck it up. So let me try to plan this out a little better. Warmth 18. I appreciate how much they put into that mechanic. It's not like, oh, they just tacked it on. You have to eat food a little bit. Like there's a lot of detail, right? Every item in the game is gonna have like a warmth quality. So we have the arrows. We don't really have a proper weapon, do I? Even like a... Wait, I had the dagger, didn't I? Where is it? Or maybe I threw it out. I was so excited that I got the bow. So yeah, the biggest thing is you would think you want to get a follower, but I don't trust it. Like what could I do here to take advantage of something? Like, okay, I don't know. I'm just gonna get killed. You shouldn't do it. Like, what is the max out that I can do here? Because I don't want to just do the story either, but maybe you should for a little bit. That's even what I did when I first played the game, is like I didn't get the ability to use shouts for a super long time, but I still absorbed some of the word walls because I explored some of the dungeons. So it's like, as soon as I unlock shouts, now I have all these different shouts to worry about. But I don't want to get carried by this stupid, you know, story that you're supposed to do.
If you're looking for work, go see Hod at the mill. Of course. Here's the key to the house. Stay as long as you like. If there's anything else you need, just let me know.
Like, we've presumably been introduced by
What are you two doing here?
two. Like, she's what? Hallucinating or something? He's not even here with us. Like, presumably he told her that we're coming or who we are, but it's like she just gave us shit for no reason randomly. A dragon tagged Helgen.
In Helgen? It can't be. Although, it would explain what I saw earlier. Flying down the valley from the south. I thought I must have just been seeing things.
And that old lady who was just fucking talking about it. Dragon flew off this way. Yeah, she just said she saw it.
I don't know why, but I actually believe you. You've got the look of someone who's just seen a dragon.
No, I always look like that.
Go from bad to worse. First the war, now dragons. What's this world coming to?
Because get it? I just said, oh, we're playing.
I know if there's a dragon on the loose. Riverwood is defenseless.
I just said, oh, fucking shut up for a second.
Balgruuf in Whiterun to send whatever troops he can. If you'll do that for me, I'll be in your debt.
But no, I was saying, like, we're really playing like a pussy this run, right? Like a pussy, get it? Because we're a Khajiit for maybe the first time. Because I normally don't like this playstyle at all. I think it's kind of cheap and stupid. And it doesn't work well in the overworld at all. It kind of bugs out, too. You might think, oh, it's because it's so open and they should be able to see you. But even if you are properly well hidden, there are times where it's just not meant to work that way. I feel like it's in dungeons it works fine from my experience. Or the one thing that they should have done too is they should have let you be like a stealth mage too. You have like the runes and stuff you can do as like traps, but you can't use like magic while stealth and get the sneak bonus the same way. You should get something from it too, right? But they don't really reward you for that, so it doesn't have to be as good as the other sneak bonuses, but so we're getting a little bit of the cold that we have to manage. And I'm a little torn as far as what we're trying to do here, because we can follow the scripted path for a little bit. Right, but it's just not my nature to do that. There's nothing I really need. Like, I can just kind of do what I want. It's just... let's do it for now, I guess. Because, like, that'll be scripted, at least in a way. Like, we should even be stealth in the overworld, which, again, seems kind of like a pussy move. And it even seems like a little bit... You know, like, it's not going to work. We're getting scared by a bird or some shit. But, like, you'll see how, like, we'll get... How am I... Dude, it advances too fast. Like, I haven't even done anything. It punishes me for, like, my RP slow-paced style of play. That, what is that even? Is that a... It's like a deer or what the fuck? I can't even see. Yeah, good luck killing that with even sneak bonus. Like, this elk is tankier than a fucking dragon would be on normal difficulty. Like, what is that, dude? Like, how long would that take for me to... This is like the cutscene from The Last of Us where Ellie's trying to kill the deer for like 10 hours. And we can just eat raw meat, though, so it'd be kind of worth it to do. Right, but it's just like... That shows you the health padding of it. What am I supposed to do with that, bro? It's like a boss fight, dude. It's an elk. There's some wolves around here, not that we... Clearly haven't played this game so much that we would memorize everything, but or yeah, would we have some like disadvantage with swimming because we're a cat? But yeah, we might have some incentive to cook stuff if we were any other race. I guess I don't have to, so it lives up to my real life capabilities. I can't swim and I can't cook, right? So we don't need to cook here because we can eat raw meat, and we can also we would be afraid of the water, I guess, but it doesn't seem like it really penalizes you like that. I heard them, but I don't know where they are. Does make it a bit more immersive, though, I'll tell you that. The all these other mechanics to worry about. But our fur should keep us warm, so that cold thing shouldn't even matter. Yeah, I totally forgot that element was even there, but I guess we have to embrace it. Not gonna worry about stuff like that too much, but I just heard the wolves too. I don't know where they are. I wouldn't mind just skipping them too, but I have like an honor code, like I have to fight everything that I see. Which, in this context, I should be very willing to run away if I am in trouble. Which is also the benefit of using a bow, that you're not getting close, so you can just choose when to go into combat or not. See, like, what you're getting detected by might be something irrelevant. Like, it's not really even the mud crab, it's a fish, or it's something totally different. Okay, that wasn't too tanky, but it's like a baby mud crab. That's kind of like a glitch, because you're getting, like, the kill animation, but then you miss because of it. Like, I don't understand why it does that. 1 point of health, 2 points of hunger. So now it gives a purpose to a lot of this food that you would otherwise just ignore, or you would only use it to heal. So, but like this is how terrified I am. I'm in stealth in the overworld as I'm just walking around minding my own business. Oh, nice. We get snuck up on by a mud crab. Like what am I supposed to do with this is the point. We need it where, like, I don't know what to do. Like, we don't even have a dagger. I just got a kite. The kiting god from fucking WoW back in the day. You should have seen me as a mage. I had this one moment in the Burning Crusade, not that anybody knows what I'm going to be talking about right now, but I beat, like, this paladin in a duel who was, like, one of the best geared and best players on the server. And I was, like, just average gear, right? Just because I did, like, this kiting thing super well. Like this whole, it's hard to explain, but like a sequence of kiting and stuff that was like really, really advanced. And so, I don't know, it's kind of like mages were just a very high skill type class to play as. Which I've always loved mages in games in general. In fact, I almost play them too often where I kind of rationalize it like, you know, you could be a warrior in real life, like in a sense, right? There have been Roman warriors and this and that you could point to. You could use a bow in real life to varying degrees, obviously, but it's different with a mage. Like, oh, you're doing something fantastical that actually feels fitting in a fantasy setting. Something that doesn't, you know, something that doesn't require you to be, you know, you wouldn't have the option to do that in real life. Like, warriors have existed. Man, news travels fast. Like, we just came from there, like, literally as it happened. But, or there's like a giant there being killed by the companions or something. But yeah, it's a situation where, or maybe it was over here. Yeah, I'm not gonna try. Oh, wow. I know it too well. Now we're gonna accidentally hit one of the fucking allies. As if a giant wouldn't be way tankier than this too. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is. Like, you're not going to get any stealth bonus here, but kind of just wasting my arrows. Like, there's no point in even doing it. Like, it'll get my archery skill up, but like... But no, what was I saying? The fact that... Oh yeah, I play mages by some rationalization like that in part. Because... You know, oh, if, you know, warriors have existed in real life, and rogues and thieves and archers and stuff. Those are at least real things that people have done or can do to some extent. Whereas being a mage or a warlock or something like that, right? You want to do something that's actually fantastical. Right? It's like, oh, why would you want to play a sports game, a sports video game? Why not just go outside and play the sport for yourself? Also, says the guy who's played NBA 2K for like 1,000 hours plus. Right, over the years, it's like, obviously, we're just gonna fucking ninja loot.
Handle yourself well. You could make for a decent shield, brother.
Does it look like I have a fucking shield? The fact that, you know, basically what you're saying is that... What was I saying? Just... Yeah, you want to do something that you couldn't do in real life, but then obviously there's still a difference. You can't do it at that level, like playing a sports game. You are cold, which reduces your total health, represented by dark region in the health bar. Cold can also be cause you to move more slowly. Standing near a fire or move to a warmer area to warm up. A sun or snowflake icon near the compass indicates if you're getting warmer or colder. You can slow down how quickly you become cold by wearing armor such as high warmth, eating hot soup, and holding a torch. Oh, the torch thing is kind of cool.
An outsider, eh? Never heard of the Companions? An order of warriors. We are brothers and sisters in honor. And we show up to solve problems if the coin is good enough.
Or shouldn't there be one of these groups that rejects you because they have some like racial animus? So like, oh, you go to Windhelm and they're very racist against Argonian. So why would they ask you to join their ranks or something of the Stormcloaks or something?
Not for me to say. You'll have to talk to Karlak Whitebeard up in Jorvaskar. The old man's got a good sense for people. He can look in your eyes and tell your worth. If you go to him, good luck.
Yeah, we'll just keep our eyes closed. Problem solved. It's a blind playthrough. But no, it's a situation where I've never even done the Dark Brotherhood quest before. Right? I've only done the college and the companions. Right? So it shows you, like, even playing this game over 1,000 hours and all that, there's still a ton of stuff I haven't done. There's too much of my desire to explore. But like I said, I'm going to play it safe. If we do these main story quests for a while, basically all it's going to do is now he's going to send me to the Bleak Falls Barrow, and then we're gonna get to, or I could just take this and go somewhere else, but no fast travel. But that's the one thing that kind of simulates it. Imagine like, oh, no fast travel, that means you have to actually sit on here like a flight path in WoW, speaking of WoW, and like watch it go the whole way. That would be such a troll. That's what it means by no fast travel. You can still use the mechanic, but you have to watch him ride every step of the way. It won't just teleport you and skip it. But no, it's he's going to send me to Bleak Falls Barrow, and then we unlock the shouts, and then we fight the dragon, and then we maybe could be on our own at that point. So I just feel like it'll scale everything a little better. I love how punishing this is, though. Like, I could just be chilling in my house, and they're still going to, you know, be punishing me with these effects. It's like real life. But I guess not really, because if you're in your house, it would probably be a bit warmer, and you're also probably have a bunch of food sitting around. Like, food should go bad too. Do they have that mechanic here? Like, it should spoil over time. I don't think they thought that far ahead, but that would be the icing on the cake of all these survival mechanics. Or you need like a little mechanic to simulate like a fridge or something to preserve it, or that, you know, what people used to use in the old days were
Riverwood's in danger too. You better go on in. You'll find the Jarl in Dragon's Reach at the top of the hill.
You know, they would use salt. You cover stuff in salt and it preserves it before the age of fridges and stuff like that. So that's the thing. Salt was originally not for taste. It was for preservation purposes. Fun fact. Okay, so there's a ton of stuff you can do here. Like, I don't want to get too distracted, but let's just go straight to whatever. Do the Bleak Falls Barrow. I'm pretty sure it just goes straight into that, right? You'll talk to the mage guy. Or wait, maybe the Bleak Falls Barrow comes after that. No, I think that's immediately what you do next. Right, they send you there, then you get the Dragonstone, then you know, you bring it back, then you fight the dragon, then they find out you're the Dragonborn or whatever. So I don't want a follower, but I kind of want a summon, which of course you don't start with one of those. It'll give me some flexibility at least for something else to tank for me.
What's the meaning of this interruption? Jarl Balgrup is not receiving visitors. As Housecarl, my job is to deal with all dangers that threaten the Jarl or his people. So you have my...
I'm gonna overheat by standing next to this. That mechanic is even happening in the middle of like effectively a cutscene when we're listening to this. Imagine if that's like the last straw. You're about to get hypothermia and die, and we're in the middle of listening to somebody talking. A dragon destroyed Helgen. I was told to give the message directly to the Jarl. Are they gonna believe me? Yeah, I mean, he can hear us from here.
I'm starting to think...
I want to hear what he has to say. What's this about Riverwood being in danger?
A dragon destroyed Helgen. Girder is afraid Riverwood is next.
Owns the lumber mill, if I'm not mistaken. Pillar of the community. Not prone to flights of fancy. And you're sure Helgen was destroyed by a dragon? This wasn't some Stormcloak raid gone wrong?
Yes, I had a great view all them. I always like that. You can be honest about that.
That was right. What do you say now, Proventus? Shall we continue to trust in the strength of our walls against the dragon?
Yeah, we'll see how well scaled Bleak Falls Barrow is. It'll be different because like, oh, I went to the Ember Shard Mine as my two-handed character last year and we get destroyed. Maybe it'll be like that anyway, but let me just try to refresh myself. What is it that we have to do for both of these? We have to eat something and we have to stay warm. So what is it that's inhibiting my health and my other thing? Okay, this is stamina. What was magic though? Picking locks 10% easier. Fatigue, I guess just being tired would reduce your magic. So what reduces health? Wait, it doesn't even say that. Stamina is reduced, 30% effective with shields. Yeah, it doesn't actually say what is it that's doing that.
While the dragon burns my hold and slaughters my people.
Basically, you just have to eat food and you have to go to sleep in a bed.
To Riverwood at once.
And you also have to do that to level up.
If you'll excuse me,
One of the coolest moments from my Oblivion playthrough,
that would be best.
where
Well done. You sought me out on your own initiative.
when I first discovered the Dark Brotherhood in Oblivion, right? You're out in the middle of a dungeon. It was one of the coolest things ever, which I wish I had that on video. Okay, we're in a dungeon and then I accidentally kill,
For someone of your particular talents, perhaps.
once again, being racially stereotyped, even though I think he says that to anybody.
He's been looking into a matter related to these dragons and rumors of dragons.
But no, what I'm saying is, in Oblivion, right? You're in a situation where I'm in the middle of a dungeon and I'm kind of sneaking around there a bit too. Not really playing a stealth character, and I'm kind of on edge for some reason. I can't remember why. Like I almost just died or something. So then I kill somebody in there who's actually an NPC, and I didn't know because I thought it was just one of the random enemies or something, right? I wasn't really looking, and then I just go for like a sneak attack on them almost and kill them. But then it turns out, oh, it was a friendly NPC for some reason who was just in the middle of there. And then it even says at the top of the screen in that little white text, it'll say like, an unseen presence watches your movement. And I'm like, what the hell is that? Right. And then I go back to town, I sleep in a bed just to kind of recover and level up for my journey. And then you wake up and then the Dark Brotherhood's there. Right. Like it's such a dynamic thing that I accidentally just killed that guy in the dungeon when I had no idea. I wasn't doing it on purpose to try to make this happen. Right. So I accidentally kill somebody, and then it kind of dynamically, when I wake up from the bed, it just happens on its own, right? I'm not doing it for that reason. I didn't know that would happen.
I think I found someone who can help you with your dragon project. Go ahead and fill him in with all the details.
So the Jarl thinks you can be of use to me. Oh yes, he must be referring to my research into the dragons. Yes, I could use someone to fetch something for me. Well, when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous ruin in search of...
Imagine if I actually beat the game like this for the first time, though. But I wouldn't even want to for some reason. Like, there's a certain novelty to that, right? Like, once you beat it, then it feels like, you know, you can still keep playing it, but it's not as... There is, like, some psychological effect of, like, oh, everything I'm doing is still working towards, you know, oh, like, our hero is preparing for that, you know, in my other character main file. Oh, it's, like, all preparing to the final battle against Alduin or something like that, where, like, you're working towards something as part of the story, right? Even though you don't really have to do that, it's just, like... It gives you something more. So like once you actually beat it, then that would kind of ruin it a little bit, because it gives you a sense of closure on what is otherwise a very open-ended experience that you could just do forever. But yeah, just the Oblivion thing once more is like you're in the middle of a dungeon, right? You're killing some goblins or whatever, and then you accidentally kill somebody, right? Because he's just standing there and you think everything's an enemy and you're kind of on edge. And then it says, oh, some dark force watches you or something. So I didn't know what exactly that meant. It was the first time I saw that message. And again, I did it totally by accident. So I do... just because I'm... Why? Because may just space out in the middle of a conversation and think about something totally different than what you were saying. But no, what I was saying is, you're in the middle of a dungeon, you accidentally kill an NPC, it happens dynamically, you get that message. Then I forget about it, I go back to town, I sleep in a bed like I normally would, and then that triggers the Dark Brotherhood to be in my hotel room, watching me over my bed as I sleep, and then they talk to you. It was like none of those things that you were doing for that reason, right? I didn't kill them so that would happen, because I didn't know, and then I didn't sleep in the bed so that they would appear, right? I'm just doing that normally. So like you're doing things to trigger events, but you're not doing it with any awareness or intentionality, right? That's why it's just so dynamic. I guess the similarly dynamic thing that happened in this game is that chick, Adrienne Avenici, right? Your daughter, if he's standing there, his daughter died, the Thane, right? To a vampire outside the blacksmith shop, right? And then I didn't reset the save or anything, or I kind of play it like that. If a character dies, I just let it happen. So then she dies, and then for the rest of my playthrough on that character, which is even true till now, if I load the other save, she's just gone forever, right? She'll never come back. So that makes a meaningful character death in the lore. And not only that, it's also a situation where there's even some dialogue. If you talk to the blacksmith now, the older guy, he'll even say, oh, now I have to buy it from the Khajiit caravans, our weapons and stock, we have to buy it from them because she's no longer here, right? He's being all sad about it. So just for it to acknowledge that, it's like you're having a meaningful character death in the lore that just happened dynamically. I played the game for hundreds of hours, and she was always there, and now she won't be there anymore, right? And it just kind of happened on its own. So that's kind of very, very special that stuff like that can happen.
To discuss the ongoing hostilities, like the rest of the great warriors? Sadly, no. My work affords me few opportunities for such an adventure. Perhaps some hero will bring one to Dragon's Reach, like old Olaf one I once did. What a fascinating conversation that would be. Ah, indeed? The Jarl.
Yeah, remember we just talked about it 5 seconds ago, and then I spaced out on my little ramble.
I could use someone to fetch something for me. Well, when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tablet that may or may not actually be there.
But no, like Bethesda games definitely strike it. Oh, here we go. We're going to go on another ramble. But no, between Fallout and this and even anything else they do, there's a certain nerve that it strikes that I guess I could compare it to like, it's like a single player MMO where it doesn't feel like the world always revolves around you. We're even going to starve as we're doing this. It's like a single player MMO where it just feels like you could play it forever and there's so many things to do. You never run out of stuff to do.
I like that. Leave those details to your betters, am I right? I learned of a certain stone tablet said to be housed in Bleak Falls Barrow. A dragon stone said to contain a map of dragon burial sites. Go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet, no doubt interred in the main chamber, and bring it to me. Simplicity itself.
And you know what some of these things imply? Is like the guards, like, okay, but to put a wrap on that, it's like a single player MMO where the world doesn't feel like it revolves around you, even though like, oh, you are the Dragonborn and so on. It's kind of more like, it feels like, oh, I could do those Winterhold book quests forever, or I could explore the world forever, right? So there's a sense of permanence and value that makes it feel sort of realistic and lived in, right? Whether it be Fallout or this or something else. But then also, what was I saying? The fact that, there's one other point I was going to say.
Oh, I thought you were already on your way to Bleak Falls Barrow.
I forgot, but whatever. Now we have to rest in a bed again and probably eat something again, and we're not gonna have enough money even for this. Like they should have well, I do have some stuff to sell, I guess. The way the shop systems work in these games is always, the air is comfortable here, said nobody in a big city ever. I forget what this one even does. In fact, I should just keep the one that I have. So let's just go, we'll eat something, and then we'll sleep in a bed, we'll sell some stuff. Right, and then I'll get to... Oh, no. What the fuck? I guess I could sleep until they open. What was I gonna say? There was one other point with that.
Warm drinks and warm beds.
Ah, I can't remember.
The security in Whiterun is terrible. Shameful is what it is.
You can have the drinking contest with that one dude.
Well enough, but I'm ready to retire. I've been thinking of selling the inn to Isolda. Anyway, what do you need?
Yeah, like, what kind of a way to start a conversation is that? I don't even know you.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day.
Speaking of the main character syndrome, that like everything revolves around you. Yeah, please show me, because I guessed wrong 3 times in the other one. I think it's upstairs though, because you go here for some other quest at some point.
Parts of this city are all lazy and undisciplined. Things need to change.
Yeah, we're getting a nice view. I swear I don't mean to look like that. I don't know if she was trying to come in or not.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Fuck. Alright, so sometimes you can take shit from here too. Like, is it really stealing, or is this stuff meant for me here? Like, I don't know. Let's have a nice little dinner here. I kind of should sit down. That should... Oh, that's a good rule, actually. I'll set that. I can only eat when I sit down. So if I'm in the middle of a dungeon, I can't just eat unless there's a chair or something there. That is actually a rule I'll instill. Do you have to be in like a comfortable, relaxed situation, or you at least have to be like this? So then only now I can eat food. That'll actually be a rule that I follow. So let me try to set a diet of like stuff that we would like. So Khajiit maybe like this raw meat a little more. Right, eat all the meat. You feel better and now satisfied. Okay. And then we'll sleep in the bed. And then we will, I think 8 hours is a fair amount. We'll sell some stuff in this shop, and then we'll go on our little journey to Bleak Falls Barrow. What is this, dude?
Depends. Are you thirsty? Hungry? Both.
I like this room service to wake us up, but that was a little odd of an interaction. I don't have enough money to even do anything. Just get a sweet roll.
Now please, no more questions.
What do you mean you're the one who came to my room? And why are we exhausted still? What the fuck was that? Why are we still having issue with our stamina? I'm so confused. Is that to do with the temperature? How am I hungry? I just ate, I guess because I slept. This is as advanced as Don't Starve. You'll eat something, but then you'll sleep in the tent, and then you'll wake up hungry. Like, dude, you cannot catch a break. But no, that's a good rule. So imagine how difficult that'll be. I'm out in the wild, and oh, I can't eat because I can't sit down. And like crouching won't count.
Give a holler if you have any questions.
Okay, let me sell all this shit.
Everything's for sale, my friend. Some may call this
Yeah, he's trying to pimp out his sister or some shit. Okay, sell this. 20 points of stamina. I should probably buy some arrows and shit. I'm not going to need these because... Whatever, I'm just going to... I don't need that. I don't know. I'm not going to do anything with that. Right, the stamina or that. Okay, this is a good thing. That's definitely worth it, because I mean, that's going to be our bread and butter of the only thing that we're doing. In fact, I kind of messed up by not keeping one of those daggers. I'm sure I'll find another one, but... Okay, I've had enough of this. Let's just go and actually do something. So... I mean, before I go, I guess I should probably eat something more, which is kind of surprising, but... What is this building even? I don't even think I ever go in here. Like, we don't need to sleep again, but... No, I don't want to talk to you.
Shadow, silence, and death. These are my arts. For a modest fee, I'll make great art.
Or she's more like an assassin type.
Nothing of fear and nothing of remorse. Pay my fee, and together we will vanquish any foe.
I would love to, but on one hand, I can't afford it. On the other hand, it feels like cheating because you stupid AI won't die. Right? They always... Oh, shit. Okay, let's eat. I think it's fair, even though I'm kind of pissed off about that. I eat something, I go to bed, and then I wake up hungry. It's like real life, dude. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? We should be on, like, a meat-only diet. But I don't have enough money to even do that. That almost feels like the right thing to do for some reason. I don't know if cats are really like that, but I think they prefer meat, especially fish. It's like when you feed your Pokemon or like your pet in WoW or something, it's like you want to feed it the right kind of food, otherwise it'll dislike you or something. It'll create oh wait, oh, I don't know why I thought this was more like an inn, or it's kind of both. Damn it. So now I'm screwed. I'm going to set that as a rule. We have to sit down while eating. Yeah, the business that I didn't give you, but we have to sit down while eating, but then we all like, let me go for a little hunting session and then come back. So we have to sit down, but I'm also going to limit it. Like, not that I only have to eat fish, but I have to only eat meat because for whatever reason, the Khajiit can eat like raw meat, so that implies that they like it. So I'll try to fit within that diet. So all this other stuff like the carrots and whatnot, I'm not going to worry about. Not that there aren't going to be chairs in other places. I could go in somebody's house and do that, but it makes it a little more organized. Like, you can't just do it whenever you want, which seems a little punishing, but okay. We have plenty of arrows, so I'm happy with that, but I'm a little worried about kind of wandering around too much. And again, I could even sneak in the overworld, and we'd have to go back to level up. So like, it like turns everything into an ordeal, but it's kind of the right mentality. You should treat it like that because you're taking it very seriously, right? So just to level up, you have to go back and sleep in a bed, and you have to constantly eat food, and you constantly have to keep managing stuff, which is a good thing because it makes it more interesting. Oh God, it'll be way too tanky, so I can't do anything with that, right? I'd rather fight a wolf or something, a mud crab. Like, this gives me a little mini quest to do that's kind of self-created. Like, oh, I'm going hunting for food instead of, you know, and then while you're doing that, you might get lost and caught up and do another quest or something, but it's not, you know, you're not really doing anything with any context to it. Yeah, stealth is kind of garbage in the overworld, right? Because you're detected by something, but it might not be exactly what it is that you're trying to hunt. Right, like, oh, the elk is detecting me, not the bandit that I'm fighting. So it's very confusing and unclear, and again, just the way that it works isn't even, feels like it's not designed to work that way. Now I should get a stealth hit on it, but it's not going to work. Like, it's impossible. He's not even reacting to it. It's impossible. How, let me try it. Let me indulge it. How long would it take for me to kill that thing, dude? He's gonna go hide with the giant. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. It is literally impossible to kill one of those. I'll look at him do the little matrix juke. Getting juked by a mud crab, that's how you know you're down bad. But no, this is at least the right way to start the run, and then obviously I could change it later. Let's just do the legendary difficulty verification, because it almost seems like it's going too smoothly right now, but right, it is on legendary. I haven't let myself get hit by anything to show how much damage I'd be even taking or anything. We're gonna backpedal like the dumb clown that we are, possibly into some danger as well. Right, so I'm not even melee striking anything. It kind of goes against what using a bow is all about, but everything is so tanky that this a random shitty mud crab is taking like a whole quiver of my bow. The crab meat is good. I want to like stock up on meat to the point where like I never have to worry about it again for a while. Or I could always buy it too, but like I feel like those don't even exist in the normal game. Those legs, right? Or I mean, obviously it's not described that way, but I don't want to fuck with the giant. I was just kind of trying to. Oh, nice. But see that, unless that's a baby mud crab. This is our humble beginnings. We have to live our life out like this. Right, where we have to settle for, now I don't know where the body even went. You know, we have to settle for killing dinky mud crabs while we wait for, to be confident enough to actually do something of substance. So, maybe we stay by the water and we'll keep doing that. Right, we're farming out meat. I just want to have enough where I don't have to worry about it, like I said. But then it should also go bad over time. I should self-impose. Who needs mods when you have an imagination like mine, right? I'm self-imposing all these rules. Just so that, again, there's an RP element that you're feeding into. Although, wait a second. It hasn't told me that I have to drink anything. I thought there was a mechanic where, like, you can drink from bodies of water like that. Fuck. But no, these are laughably tanky to the point that I can't do anything about it. Right, it's just like... I don't want to fuck with any base, although I forget if that's a friendly one or not. Or the way the enemy types work, or like the... This is one of the biggest gaming fallacies. I think about it with like everything, but I guess with this game especially, is like the population of enemies to friendly, like humans or whatever, right? Or like all the friendly races combined is kind of a joke. Because if you think about it, like where are there friendly population? Like think about if the real world was like this. There's friendly people like in this area, and then there's enemies everywhere else. So like this is the friendly zone, this is the enemy zone. And I guess you could say it's kind of like that with nature, like, oh, there's all these animals and different things out in the wild, but it just makes it feel like you wouldn't feel very happy or safe in your life. Like, oh, we have this nice little town surrounded by 1 million bandits and 1 million, you know, wolves, and like the sheer number of enemies compared, like there are more enemies than there are people. Right, so imagine that, like in The Legend of Zelda, for example, at least they announce their presence with the little sound, but oh god, fuck, oh I'm done. And the problem is they're pretty fast, so you might not even be able to do this. No, what do? I can't do anything. No, I literally am fucking dead. Come on, go kill the deer or something. Fuck. Ah. Okay, we can use one potion. We can use the... Dude, help me. Yeah, please. I didn't say I can't use all that, but I can't spam the potions always. Dude. That shows you right there how difficult and punishing this actually is. Like, that's fucking crazy. Holy shit. One wolf can just end my run because you get caught out and there's nothing I can do. I need like the whirlwind sprint or some shit. Pay you my respect for literally saving my run, because there's nothing I could do there. That is fucking crazy. Alright, so my point was that... Yeah, we're allowed to use magic, it's just it's not going to be very good, obviously. Oh, I don't even have my bow up here. What a clown. And yeah, it's like I start off with a good amount of ammo, but it doesn't matter because we, you know, level up available. Yeah, but I can't use it because we're on the right difficulty where he has to sleep in the bed. Okay, I'm a little worried about that. We're kind of glitched it out. Where we were moving too fast for being crouched. I don't know what happened. Okay, so what I wanted was, again, just some of the mud crab meat and stuff, but it's kind of impossible to... Like, what did I do wrong there? It's like, oh, we heard the wolf, and then it... You know, we gotta be in stealth all the time, or what? And again, it doesn't even work right in the overworld. Alright, there's gotta be some mud crabs here. They blend in pretty well with the rocks, though. Protected by what? Could be, you know, some of the NPCs there. Like, I don't know. At least the mud crabs aren't too threatening, but... Bro. But no, why do I feel like I remember that? It must be in Fallout or something. One of the Bethesda games, you can go up to a body of water and just drink from it. And you might have to even do that, so... I don't know. I don't remember what one it is or what context. Yeah, I'm mainly trying to pick on the mud crabs for now. If I can just farm out some meat, but the wolves are scary. And because that's the thing, you can't even run away in that situation, right? Like, what am I supposed to do? If I didn't run into the guards, I couldn't kill it because, right, they're just too tanky even for that to work. So I have to kind of get the jump on them. I'm doing all this just for some meat, so I'm going to end up dying in that hunt for doing it. Or conversely, I could just sell some stuff and buy it, but yeah, I think being in stealth in the overworld itself is a good thing, because if only I could kill those stupid elk, though. They're just way too tanky. So there's like some bandits and shit down here that I don't want to mess with. It's hard to know how strong some of these things are going to be, because some of them are going to be appropriately scaled and some of them aren't, right? Where they'll just sometimes throw something at you that's way too strong and it'll just wreck you. So... oh, shit. See, it's just not going to be enough, though. Like, what am I supposed to do in that? Like, maybe he doesn't know I'm there, so he'll just... that's what you have to do. He hasn't detected me somehow, even though... oh, shit, the wolf is maybe even going after that, too. Now, I can't figure out what I'm detected by. But either way, I'm just getting out of here, because... like, the wolf is stealing my kill. That would have taken me an hour to kill anyway, but... I'm really playing dangerous with this. But I guess if you're close enough to the town, I wouldn't feel too bad, but... I can't see it, though. I think the mud crabs are my best bet to try to do this. Right, if I just kind of farm the mud crabs for me, and I'd be happy with that. But even as we were trying to do that, we got sidetracked. There must be a better kind of consistency to it. It's like, oh, now I'll go back and eat the meat that I just got, and then I'll have to do it all over again. So, like, we just get enough just to be able to do the hunt again. Not to actually have a reserve of, you know, being able to go out and do something else. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to make this one count, even though I almost just died. But in a way, you know, that's what I love about it, is it's such a high-stakes thing. One little dinky wolf is going to end my whole run. Just like that. And that's all it takes. In fact, I can't wait till I get Breeze home, because then we can have a box full of food there or something. Air is very cold, really? Oh, God. Come on, your Khajiit fur should protect you.
Come on in. Let me know if you need...
Now, I have to sell stuff, basically.
Take a seat by the fire.
Yeah, definitely take a seat by the fire. And we can eat... what do you mean? Why not? What, is this a... like a Rosa Parks moment? Khajiit can't sit on that bench. That's the Nord only bench. What the fuck is going on? Alright, let's go here. We're getting the Skyrim Rosa Parks treatment. So yeah, we're gonna keep ourselves to a meat only diet, I guess. And again, we shouldn't be worried about the rawness of it. We could try to sleep in the bed. I was trying to sell some stuff.
You want a drink?
Jesus, you're trying to turn me into an alcoholic over here. But no, yeah, it hasn't really made a point of me having to eat food. It's more just... now I might not have enough money. I forget how much it is to sleep in the bed. Or maybe she'll buy some of my shit too. But like how all the shops in these games are kind of limited to... I'm like 1 gold short. I guess I could sell some of this food that I'm not eating anyway. Right. If I'm sticking to a meat-only diet. So these are some of my self-imposed rules. If I use a potion, I can only drink 1 potion every like 5 minutes, or like once every encounter. And then, so I've put self-imposed potion cooldown. And then I have a self-imposed, I can only eat while sitting down. Doesn't mean I have to be in a town. I could be in a dungeon, and if there's a chair there, that still counts. But you have to be kind of in a relaxed, non-combat situation and sitting on a chair or bench or something. And crouching doesn't count, obviously. And then the other one is the fact that I can only eat meat for whatever reason as a trade-off for like the benefit that I get to sleep in, or that I get to eat raw meat as a Khajiit.
You just rented a room from me.
Oh.
Anything else? Just
So what, I can I can do it again? How long does this thing last? Here, let's just sleep for like a little shorter time then. So I'm selling all that stuff to try. Oh yeah, we get to level up. When your level increases, you must choose to increase your health, magic, and stamina. I feel like Why is it 69 anyway? Or just it's the same shit again with the food. Like, obviously we're not gonna do Magicka. I guess I'll do stamina, but I don't know. I might regret not doing health. We should definitely do sneak, or we could do archery because that's going to be our main bread and butter. So I have to kind of make up my mind. Like, yes, the sneak is important, but I think the raw damage might be more important for now. Right, because we'll get like one sneak hit in per fight, but then we'll also have to just spam arrows the whole time. So I think that makes more sense. So I'm also, again, a little confused by this. You are 50% less effective while using shield and sneaking. Total stamina is reduced. Like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. Like, I don't have any more food. Like, what is this? How is this possible?
Yes.
Like, why did I even just do that? I came back to do what? To eat the food that I got, just so I can go out and get more food again. Like, what is going on? This will be the endless loop. Like, we're in Skyrim RP. You wake up just to get food, go out and do some work, and then come back just so you can do the same thing again, right? Endless cycle. You wake up, you go to work, you come back. Like, you don't have any freedom or anything else that you have time to do. So now we're gonna die in the freezing rain as we're trying to hunt these shitty mud crabs in the water. But no, I'm fine with it. We're just farming experience and to try to get overpowered, but it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense how much we have to do this. It's like the act of sleeping makes us hungry in itself. And so it's like, see, a mud crab I don't mind aggroing because we can just run away and we can just kill it, you know, very easily. But like a wolf is going to be our bane. So we should stay by the town and kind of cheese like that. But I kind of wanted to follow some of these bodies of water, or either I have to build up enough money to buy a boatload of meat, or I have to build up enough meat itself, right? I want one of those two conditions met before I try to actually do a dungeon. And so it's not like I have to do that now anyway, the Bleak Falls Barrow thing, but this feels like a natural thing to do because whatever, I kind of feel like I have to, right? There's no other way for me to do this. I don't have any reserves, I don't have any money. I could try to kill some of these, but even this will be tankier than anything else. You're chilly. I just feel like some of this stuff progresses too fast. Maybe because it's on legendary difficulty, that could be why. Like I'm barely walking 5 steps out of the town and I'm already suffering from that. So like, what am I supposed to do? I guess I should have a torch. I have enough money to maybe rent another room, or I can really milk the shit out of that one. But no, if I'm around the town, maybe I feel a little better about it. I forget what this thing even does besides make that noise. That's kind of cool. What is it? I mean, you obviously use it as an ingredient, but I thought it might heal you or do something else. Oh man, what a game though. I mean, that survival thing is pretty awesome. Just the amount of depth that it adds to it. That again, that's kind of new to me, period. Forget about the permadeath or the legendary thing, right? Just the sheer act of doing that is right, that would be a good run in and of itself, right? Just the survival aspect, whether to play it on normal difficulty or whether to try to do a, you know, permadeath run with just the survival aspect too. Or I had this funny idea with how I've done the IRL streams. Like if I imagine like a real world map, like a GPS thing, right? And this will be like a form of content, almost like the Pokemon Go IRL stuff. You have like a real world map that you kind of fill out certain things, like, oh, discover this area that you've never been to. So it's like a real life IRL streamer or whatever type thing that keeps track of where you've been yourself in person and where you haven't. So your life goal is to fill out the map and go everywhere in the world. Right, and we saved North Korea for last, so that if we don't make it back, right, at least we've checked everything off our bucket list. But I'm kind of just looking for mud crab. I don't know what I'm even doing, but whatever. As long as I'm not dying, it's a successful run. We're almost level 3 because it does kind of save that, I guess, even... Oh, shit. I might have never seen the chest in the entire time I've ever played this game. Huh. I almost didn't see it now, even as I'm walking right through it. What a weird spot. Well, shit. That'll be good for buying. I guess that's what we gotta do. We'll just save up money more so than trying to get food. As hunting is, I guess, just too difficult for us. We're gonna die to fall damage or some shit. Watch. There's like that Far Cry 3 effect that I always talk about. Because these elks just tease me, dude. There's nothing I can do with it. I am famished. Yeah, see, now if we get in trouble, right, we won't even be able to run away very effectively. This is just like an endless loop. Like, now I'll go back to town again. This is a joke. Go back to town again. And then spend the money on the thing again. And sleep again. And then have to eat again. And then go hunting again. Like, I'm never going to escape from this 9 to 5 loop that we found ourselves in. Right, I need some extra cushion, even if it, and I'm too scared to like go out too far either. Right, like that wolf really terrified me. So our character has that is the ultimate rivalry, right? The cat versus the dog. We're traumatized by wolves now, very fittingly. This is so annoying. Just like all I want to do is kill some mud crabs or something, but I can't even find any now. I don't feel comfortable going to Bleak Falls Barrow without some reserve of stuff. Then I can find places to sit down along the way or whatever, even inside, but at least I'll have some cushion with me. Yeah, at least this is a good start to the run. I guess I don't have to do this the whole time, but I don't mind. We've had one close call, but I'm playing it kind of smart by being very safe and stealthy and hiding behind the allies at the beginning. Right, again, my wandering nature is sometimes what gets me killed, more so than a skill issue. Right, you can just play it safe and be a pussy if you want. That's the only reason why I die in permadeath runs, because you know, not because I'm bad or something, because, oh, I have a sense of honor or I'm trying to, you know, whatever. So if my stamina completely depletes, do I just die? Or like, who would specifically sell meat here anyway?
Let me know if you want anything. Think I got a clean mug around here somewhere. I enjoy this work well enough, but I'm...
Yeah, I'll just milk that room for the rest of my life. So what do you have for food? Has to be meat. Okay, beef. Just so expensive though. Honey nuts, the original honey nut Cheerios. This is from a Horker. Again, it's giving me something to 380 points of hunger. I don't know what that is contextually. Where do I see my... Like, I don't know what that means, dude. Raw beef. Salmon meat, we definitely would prefer fish. Like, yeah, how do I see contextually what my hunger and stuff like that is? Right, like it's saying 380 points. Well, what is the total? Right, it doesn't really give you a proper context for that. Or maybe it's equivalent to the amount of stamina that you've lost. So, like, I'm down 41. No, but it couldn't be. But maybe it could be in the long run later. Like, once you get, like, 500 stamina from leveling up, it would then become relevant. So we'll be so hungry that we'll try to take a bite out of that shit. You're warmer, comfortable. Let's eat some food again. Eat some salmon meat. I'm not much of a seafood guy myself in real life, but... So, like, what exactly did that do? How are we famished? What do you mean? Or, like, maybe take some time to... I'm so confused. Oh my god, this chick is stalking me. I don't know, maybe eating it all together like that doesn't help. Like 220 points of hunger. Oh, maybe the salmon didn't do it then. The salmon didn't seem to do anything. Okay, let's really milk this room and then actually finally get to leave. This will be one way to make a permadeath run last. Just kind of dick around in town all day. Like, okay, at least if I don't die. This hunger, man. What a clown this character is. Stupid fat cat that can't stop stuffing his face. Okay, 380 points of hunger. Okay, good. Like, how hard is it, man? Now, by the time we walk out of town and do what we're doing, again, like, I don't have enough to... Maybe we'll get some on the way. Like, I'm done with this. And I also need more arrows. 62. Like, I just don't have enough of anything. I'm just going to try to make the trip, and I'm not too happy about it. And again, if one wolf catches us off guard, we're dead. So, I kind of want to get a summon. Like, I guess I'll just try to make the best of it. But, like, I'm telling you right now, this could be our death. Right? We got to take a solemn moment of, like, reflection. We're going to die, like, right now, as we try to walk out here and do anything. That's the one thing. I always have good instincts with that. I know when something's going to go wrong, but I still do it and let it happen, right? Like, even in chess or something, I always say that. Like, oh, I should take my own advice, but then I don't, just because I'm lazy or impatient. And it's like... I don't know. Because, yeah, this could just go on forever. Right? Where I'm just going to try to hunt for some meat again and just... It's not going to go anywhere. Even under this sunny circumstance, it's still cold. I feel like the cloud texture is pretty bad, actually. It looks kind of off. So now we're going to get hit by a wolf or something. That's what you have to realize. If I aggro a wolf, I'm dead because there's nothing I can do. Like, it's that simple. You saw what happened. We leveled up. Now let's go again. I can't dignify going there because I know I'm going to die. I'll just be here forever. I don't care. We'll just live in Whiterun and we'll just be a 9-to-5 worker hunting for our own food. It's like that's the game telling me, well, we may as well level up first. We'll get rent another room. Like, what are these people? Oh, they're that same caravan. You can kind of use AI to your advantage that way, even if I don't have like a... Oh, nice. Like, we're really just a glutton, basically. Right, the only thing I care about is food. And I guess arrows in this context, but... Like, it's a waste of arrows to even do this. Like, we'll never be able to... Look at how little that does, man. That is so unfair. So at least if we're close to town, we could maybe do something here, but... If we look at this... Oh, we're pretty well fed for a while now. It's not bothering me too much with that. But I wonder if being on Legendary makes that stuff advance a little bit quicker. Right, than it otherwise would. But yeah, in general, too, this is also a test of my YouTube stream as well. Because, like I said, I don't typically do gaming stuff on there, at least. It's, right, I basically just done the just chatting. So I'll kind of have to check how good the quality of the VOD is and stuff if there's some issue with it. But... assuming that it's fine, I will maybe start doing it on here. I hate to abandon my Twitch, but it's kind of just... It feels like the algorithm and stuff is better on here. And also, I guess just the convenience of it auto-uploading and stuff. Or people might say, oh, you should just multi-stream, but... Then I feel like that could cause its own set of issues or something. I don't know. You have the giants there. I haven't been this scared of a giant since... Or I guess that doesn't work as well. You haven't seen somebody this afraid of a giant since Tom Brady against Eli Manning, where he lost both Super Bowls even in his undefeated season. Right, that's the joke I was looking for. It's just impossible. I just keep wasting my arrows. Like, it's... Unless you keep getting the same one over and over. There's really nothing I can do. Like, let me try to chase it down, but it's just not going to work, and I'll end up running into a wolf or something. feel like that one's running away. Is that running away from me or from somebody else? Oh, here we go. The mud crabs. Okay. So yeah, at least if we find a route like this that we... Oh, shit. That kind of scared me. Look how they're trying to spread out and flank me in. Mud crab strategy over here. Which even these are going to take me down probably pretty quickly. And I've lost sight of them in the brush here. I feel like they move so slow that I don't mind dealing with this, but I do need like some sort of get out, escape kind of ability. Again, like whirlwind sprint is a good example where, you know, now we can get some distance. Kind of just want to loot this so I don't forget. Again, I only care about... Maybe you can cook these? Like, I don't even know what you... Or it's meant more as an ingredient for, like, a potion or something. Alchemy. Where is that? Yeah, these aren't too tanky, thankfully. But, I mean, this is, like, the shittiest enemy type possible. So again, I'm playing it more like a survival game, RP, immersive style. And you know what would happen with the animation, actually, sometimes? Is sometimes it would... It would do that a lot in legendary mode, but then it wouldn't kill them because their health is just too high. So, like, they're too tanky. So you would get the kill animation like 5 times, or you would get it a couple times, and it wouldn't die. You would trigger it, but then he would still be alive because they just have so much health. Right? It's like the game can't even handle how tanky they are, how tanky the enemies are. So I'm going way too far out. Although maybe you can like use context clues and stuff a little bit. Like, oh, you know there's no wolf around because on one hand you didn't hear it. On the other hand, these deer would be running away if, right, if there was one. They normally hunt them or something. You got to be this paranoid about everything. This is very, very nerve-wracking though. Because there's really nothing else around here that you could possibly do. So, since you can't hunt the deer, the only thing I'm able to do right now is the mud crabs. How come my stuff isn't going down now? The, you know, how come I'm not getting hungry or anything now? It's just, I'm so well fed that it's lasting that long. Fatigue well rested, cold comfortable, hunger satisfied. Like maybe certain things just last longer than I realized. Like the mud crab legs and stuff are kind of shitty. But that one thing gave us like 380, right? Like this cooked beef. Yeah, yeah, maybe that's my expectation. I should either try to cook it myself or I should just try to save up. Right, like those things could last me a while. Do I have enough arrows to make this trek? And I obviously shouldn't do it anyway. Because... How much money do I have? Nothing. I shouldn't do it because, again, I'm not gonna have enough arrows. I'm not gonna have enough food. So I'm just gonna keep. This is not my intention to do this, where it feels like I'm farming or being too cowardly and staying in the same place. But I basically have to do it right now because there's nothing I can do. You have to get to a point where you're comfortable with either the gold you have or the resources you have, and then you can do it. Right, because I won't make that trip the way that we're doing it now. Or I guess you could assume that I'll get stuff along the way, but I don't want to rely on that too much. So I'd rather be a boring session than an ended session. Like, I feel like I had some expression like that, but as I said, I wouldn't follow my own advice. Like, oh, I'd rather be slow paced and boring than to die, because if I die, then the whole thing's over and then there's nothing to do. Right, so would you rather take your time or run out of time? So once more, we go back again, and then I wonder if that room is still under our... I don't know how long they let you keep the same room. You could say, oh, it's for 24 hours, obviously, of in-game time, but that's not how rooms actually work. Because, like, you check in at 10 o'clock at night, then you got to check out in the morning, right? They have a fixed kind of setup like that, so... Let me try to sell some of my stuff here. I mean, I honestly feel very, very powerless right now to do anything. It's going to be very, very tough for me to deal with.
Everything's for sale,
Like, can I not get a spell that'll let me summon something? Because that would at least let me escape from those situations. Like, oh, a wolf comes after me, and then I summon my own little spectral wolf, and then I, you know... Oh, whoops.
Take a look.
That would at least distract them, maybe, or something. But it's not going to be that easy to do. I guess I could try to do some fishing or something.
Some may call this,
You know, because I like... Oh my god, I keep doing that by accident. So what I want is... We got to sell everything that we can. Okay, sell that. Keep the meat. Again, that crab meat is not very good, but I should maybe cook it. It doesn't really indicate that it's raw, though. Or I guess it would say cooked if it was cooked. Mud crab legs. We don't really need that. Steel arrows, venison. So we have a decent amount of stuff here. We have 47, but we want both arrows and we want food. And so I feel like arrows are kind of more important right now. But I don't want steel. Who else had them? I think the guy in the front, the drunken huntsman thing. Look how strategic we are. That was always my specialty. I'll never say that I was that good mechanically. Like, my aim isn't the best and stuff like that. But I would always come up with different ideas, especially on the fly, and different strategies and stuff that would get me through. Which sometimes people would complain about, and oh, that's cheese and stuff. And I do have a sense of honor, but it's, okay. Yeah, obviously I can't afford that shit. Go to, here. So we have 55 arrows, and then guess what we're gonna do again? I don't even need to really sleep right now. Right, like, we're in pretty good health, and I have a decent amount of food. But the problem is I don't have enough arrows, actually, anymore. I might try to make that trek, but I can always come back if I don't feel safe. And as soon as I'm saying that... You know, when your package starts to get worse and worse... Like, why should... You know, I'll leave town... This is like an analogy for life. Again, like the 9-to-5 jobs that you could never escape and stuff. I'll leave town as soon as I have a comfortable amount of money or food or resources or arrows or whatever. Right? So you're always waiting for something, and then it never happens. Like, oh, Truman from the Truman Show will leave Sea Haven and go to Fiji as soon as he feels comfortable or as soon as whatever. But then it just never happens, and then you end up growing old and dying there, right? Waiting your whole life for that moment. And then I'll have murderous thoughts. I'll try to kill some of the whatever stuff in town. So... Like, I should... Oh, God. I'm even scared of just the sound of that, but... I'm not very good at detecting them, or that's where you need the shouts. They're such a game changer. You could use, like, Aura Whisper, and then you can kind of, you know, see if there's enemies around. That's especially good in the open world, because... In a dungeon, it's kind of obvious, right? Around every... Oh, I should have slept in the bed. In a dungeon, it's obvious that there's going to be enemies all over the place, but here it's going to be different because... Like, it'd be nice if one of these... At least he comes towards me here. Like... If, the same one I keep hitting, then eventually I will kill it. And then maybe I'll cook it myself. That's something I really never mess around with, those kind of mechanics, but... Where'd he go? Oh my god. Like, I don't mind chasing him if he's gonna go more towards the town here, but... Oh, what a shot, but he didn't even notice it. Or sometimes they don't, or like it's gonna bug out. I'm literally breaking the game. Look at the insane challenge it takes to kill one of these, though. That just shows you how meaty they are, though, is how tanky they are. Right, so in a way, it's like a sick, sadistic thing. Like, oh, I like it when they put up a fight. Whether for the thrill of the hunt or whether for the spoils of it. You wouldn't want to eat it if it's just some shitty, you know, meat that falls apart so easily. That dies so easily. Like, this is actually a whole fucking story right here. Well, look at this, man. He's literally gonna run out into the fucking mountains. Bro. What are you doing, man? Now it's gonna... I can't even go there, man. It's gonna get killed by something else, like a wolf now. Maybe we can farm some mud crabs, but the mud crab stuff isn't even very good. Unless I figure out how to cook it. Then, you know, that might make it worthwhile. So I could maybe sell some of these. I could steal some of this. Oh shit, this is speaking of food. Oh shit, dude. Wait, but we're not really harvesting it. We're stealing it. And it's still there. That's like a bugged interaction. Ah, yes, there's a couple salmon in a bucket and we harvest them and they're still there. Like that would make sense if you're harvesting them from like the water. Right, we're catching them and stuff. But you know what I mean? Like, I guess these mechanics I just never used before. Oh, shit. Remember, that's one of our rules. We can't really swim very well or whatever for some sort of RP, but yeah, we're basically stealing them, though. Fishing rod equipped to use this. So how does this exactly work? The firmament. It means the sky, by the way. Shakespeare should have taught you that. Like, what is going on with this? Let's try it, actually. The fishing rod. I don't even know how you do it. Fishing supplies. While like, so that means that has to be there all the time whenever you go fishing. Like, I don't know. Maybe I've never done this before once. While fishing, press activate to reel your line. Reeling, a strong pull on your line will reel in your catch. Ripples on the surface while casting your line are from nearby fish. If the water is calm when you cast your line, there are no more fish to catch here. Fish will return in a day's time. But can I not just do it anywhere, or like what? I don't really understand. There's nothing on your line. It was easier just to swim through and just keep hitting E, like... Wait, but I don't get it. You're seeing the ripples there. Like, what? Whatever, but yeah, why can't I just do this hands-on? Claws on, I guess you could say. The way that I guess I already caught them like that. I somehow feel safer by the water, though, too, that way. Like, either we're going to fight only the mud crabs, or we're going to get some of these fish. Like, there's not going to be anything too crazy here. This is what a proper Khajiit should be doing. Oh, shit. Okay, at least it's only a skeever. We're getting jump scared by stuff. We're using that as like a fucking melee weapon. And we could come close to dying there too. We're supposed to be the sneaker. Right, but... That's crazy, dude. Like, we're almost dying to a fucking skeever. Teaching us a lesson in stealth. We'll go take care of those mud... Like, everything is just so nerve-wracking, dude. Okay... This is what it's all about, though. I mean, this is a level of patience that I've never shown with doing this, though. In this game, at least. Right, like... Imagine playing it like I'm doing right now. Like, who does this? Is that a mud crab, or what the hell is that? I always alert them without actually... Yeah, but I don't know where that skeever came from, and we're going to probably backpedal into some trouble here. I can't see anything now. We should trace back a familiar route where we go back to where we just were. I mean, at least, again, these are adequately slow. They're weak. They're not too tanky. But, I mean, they're still pretty tanky in the context of what you feel like a mud crab should be. I guess I haven't seen really exactly how much they do. The one thing I should do is I should try to cook this, because they... I keep trying to eat those as if they're actually doing anything for me, but... you know, they heal for very little, or they satiate your hunger very little, right? Like 1 point, 2 point versus like 380 for that. Detected by what? Even the game doesn't know, like, what. There are some mud crabs here, I just can't see them very well. Or this is like a baby mud crab. That's just a fox. They sometimes lead you to treasure or something. There's a goat there. Random silver ring. I don't really want to kill the fox. Or is he actually just trapped or what? Oh shit. But yeah, this is like when you get the epic, unfittingly epic music. That was more of an Oblivion meme. Unfittingly epic music for just what is little more than a mud crab. See, I don't feel too threatened by these, although 2 of them is a little bit unnerving. Yeah, this is kind of a good spot that we found here. Whether through all the salmon that we just caught, or whether through this. Oh god. What, is the other one gonna run away now? We're gonna run out of arrows. Yeah, this is the part that you could find a little bit annoying, is just the bullet spongy tankiness of everything. Like, it especially gets annoying with the dragons later. Like, they take an hour to kill, right? And they can almost one-shot you too. So it's like very one-sided with how you like, and again, that music meme, very fitting, like, oh, it's such an epic encounter, you know, epic music for just a mere mud crab. But in this case, it kind of is fitting, because everything is kind of epic, because, you know, it just takes forever to actually deal with it. Oh god. Yeah, I get jump scared by a skeever. I almost get killed by a wolf. I guess I almost did get killed by that too. Now I wanted to get close, so that I can't let you get close in reverse. I want you to get close. How? What is this? What? I guess I should have said I can't. Okay, dude. How is he gonna one-shot me like that? Yeah, what a great way for a run to end. Isn't that a little bullshit? How? I'm so mad I just closed out the game, even though I should do it. That is so... Bro. Like, I was able to tank hits from a wolf, and from a skeever, and from other things. Like a wolf, most notably. Like, how did... Maybe I wasn't at full health, but I didn't even notice it. Or that was like some sort of kill animation. Speaking of, like... Again, the dragons can one-shot you, like... That was a pretty good run, too. I liked how I was doing that. That's very, very disappointing. So now I'd have to wait till next Christmas before maybe I'll break that rule at some point, but I kind of don't want to even. I really took that very seriously. So I'm getting cocky and I'm just walking up to it and trying to melee it with my bow, like, just because I can't imagine that anything would happen there. And I was kind of shocked how I wasn't killing it with that. I don't know why. Right, that little right click with the bow, the melee hit is supposed to do a certain amount. So I guess what I'll do is I'll do my other character now. The college book questing that I always do in a little bit. I'll take a little break and then I'll do it. Okay, so now we'll do part 2 of this episode, which I might have done anyway. At some point, I might have just saved that run, right? The legendary Permadeath run. I might have just saved it and said, okay, we can continue that later and then do this, where I'm going to play like my actual main file that, obviously that one gets deleted, first of all. We failed. It was like the nameless one, right? So that one gets deleted, but, you know, we died to a mud crab. In fact, even if it didn't get deleted, that's just... How did it take 20 minutes to do that? Just to be the fucking thing I'm probably rambling on. But, like, you know, we failed that. I was playing it pretty safe and conservative. I just got kind of overconfident with the mud crab. See, like, that kind of death isn't like, oh, look at me, I really failed something, or oh, look how hard that is. I'm just walking up to the mud crab to finish it off with a little BM melee with the bow, which it should have been enough to finish it off, but I don't get it. I hit it like 3 times with that, so... Again, this all gets deleted. We go back to my... we go back to this, which is like, oh, my main highest level character, whatever, that I sort of don't really care about leveling up or doing anything on there. Right, and in fact, I won't even bother wasting time looking through my gear. Like I said, oh, I enjoy doing that. We'll just kind of go and do what we got to do. Like, what do I normally do? I'll do a College of Winterhold book quest, which I may... or may not already have. So this is a permadeath session. So what does that mean? It means that I can't save. So it doesn't mean that, oh, if we die, we have to delete the character. Obviously, after hundreds of hours, we're not going to do that with this. But what it means is if I die, I'll just restart to where I am right now, and we have to redo whatever we're doing, right? So we won't make any progress that way. I think for some reason, I was deliberately not leveling up either. I don't know why that's even there. But no, let's just do what we always do, the classic. And what is my setup right now? Basically the bow. Basically the bow and the two-handed, I guess. Right, for whatever it's worth. And so we'll get the book quest. Then we'll go on foot and try to get it. Right. And see how many of those we can do in a row without dying or whatever happens along the way. Yeah, this is our, you know, like, I don't know exactly what we're in right now. This is all like, okay, stealth, bow, sneaking is better, bow, right? So all that. The weapons we have is obviously many air. Yeah, so it's kind of like a quality of life thing, right? Like, with all the, although I guess I do spend a lot of my gold, but like we have so much saved up that we end up, over time, that we end up just, oh, we can just buy as many arrows as I want, instead of trying to find them or like worry about that. So those are like the two quality of life things that you end up doing when you have so much money in Skyrim, is like you can buy as many arrows as you want without having to try to craft them yourself or find them yourself out in the world. And you also do the same with soul gems, where it's like you just buy soul gems that are already filled in the shop, even if they're super expensive. Right, it doesn't matter because you have nothing else to do with your money. There should have almost been some super expensive cosmetic type things that you could buy, like, oh, buy a spectral, you know, buy the horse armor, but in game, not with microtransaction, but give us some crazy stuff like that to save up for.
Archmage or not, there are more books to be recovered and secured here in the Arcanium.
This is like the best quest in the whole game because it allows you to do it over and over and just, it'll give you dynamically different places to go to every time.
Be careful.
And so it's just this radiant quest power of like, let me not even look where it is and I'll just walk to, well, I guess, yeah, we could just walk towards it and whatever happens along the way. So as we just saw, legendary mode is very punishing because of that. Like, oh, you'll get one shot by a mud crab, or I don't know, it's just kind of dumb. I love that. Don't you love that you open your door to go outside and you see a skeleton arm hand just floating in the wind by you? Like, clearly not an omen of bad sign, right, of things to come. But that's one thing that was funny, is there's a bug that I experienced, right, where like one of the characters that I had as a follower ended up dying, but then I don't know if other people have seen this bug, but it was almost like you're being haunted by the loss of that character, that maybe I accidentally killed them. So every time I would go in a room, she would be there dead on the ground outside the door, in front of the door. So like I'd enter a room and she'd be there. So it's like my character's experiencing PTSD trauma and seeing her everywhere she goes. Like, why did you let me die? Why did you kill me? Right? You're being haunted by that. And she had like a dragon one of the dragon priest masks on too. So now I could never get that mask again back off of her or whatever. So it's like a bug where, oh, your follower dies, but it still treats it like it's your follower, and she goes everywhere you go, but kind of sits outside in front of the room. It almost sounds like I'm making that up, but it 100% happened. So everywhere I'd go, it would be a constant reminder of like, oh, you let me die and this and that. So of course here we don't have the survival thing going on, but this will be more like a laid back thing, although it is still pretty stressful what we just allowed to happen. Still on legendary, still permadeath to a degree, but it's kind of more of a hybrid format here. What do we have for our shout? I was getting really into that run too. I'm very disappointed. You should quit while you're ahead. I should have just relaxed in the town and just... I wasn't even doing anything though. I was just hunting mud crabs and shit. But no, that survival thing is very, very cool on its own. That's awesome. Like, imagine playing the game for the first time that way. You know, you would basically feel... Let's play in third person a bit. Yeah, see, like, this is a very Christmassy, wintry type of game because of the environment, I guess you could say. But... yeah, we have the stealth thing. Let me see what else we have on my hotbar. We have Woo Thread there, which is good against elves, which really has no relevance to anything. Bow of Lethargy, which like drain. Let me actually look at what they do. I forget. Like drains their stamina. Some of them absorb it though. This burns them for only 18 though. Is kind of weak. This is absorbs health. Absorb stamina, absorb health. So this is all like does 40 points of magicka, absorb 11 points, chance to paralyze them, absorb 11. So that's kind of the whole theme of this, is like we're either trying to just damage their shit or we're trying to absorb it, which I especially like that for the magicka one. Oh god, because of the fact that now look at how much health it's gonna have, right? But I mainly do that for the magicka thing because like I would spam spells and then I would take out the bow and then I would, you know, he's not really paying attention to me though. I mean, look at how long this is gonna take. Like it's like an epic boss fight, but it does get kind of repetitive after a while. Like I don't even want to do this right now, but and again, of course, you'll get like one shot by it. So look at that weird little backwards maneuver he did in the air. You should almost save that too. Did that at the worst possible time. But if he does the solid breath, I can't do anything about it. Like it's so dumb, dude. What is this? Yeah, he kind of picked a bad time here. Or like that might actually help because you might think, oh, it's just a dinky Argonian, but they're actually tankier than you ever dreamed of being. So that's a good match. We found some helper. Look at how bullshit it is, though. I don't get it. You can see it again. Maybe my build isn't optimal or whatever, what people would say, but I'm wearing like full. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Oh fuck! I didn't want to do that. I had some reason, I can't remember. I had some reason for wanting to do that. But no, like, I'll show you my archery, I'll die anyway and it'll reset. I can't remember why I didn't want to do that. My archery is maxed out at 100, and then I'm wearing a full set of archery gear that has like up to, you know, whatever, 50, 70%. Right bonus, and it's still taking this long to kill, you know, one of these. Like it's so ridiculous. You'd be better off doing it like with, but this Argonian is a match for him, and then if you look at how quickly it'll kill me, it's ridiculous. Like, right, it'll one-shot me. I don't know if he killed him there. It's just not even worth it. Like, look at how long this will take. This health padding, but no, he's still alive. This health padding bullet spongy bullshit. I might not be using a companion, but I can at least do this. I mean, again, some people might find this aspect of it pretty boring or pretty stupid because it's just bullet sponginess at a certain point, right? It's not really that fun or challenging. You can make anything challenging just by doing that. Like, I don't know, you know, just increases health by 1,000,000 times. That doesn't make the actual mechanics or anything like that harder. It's just like, is he even still fighting somebody, or what's he doing? Like, how is that Argonian just fucking invincible or what? It is actually like a raid boss. Like, it's okay once in a while, I guess, like once a year I can tolerate this, but it is just so ridiculous. Like, I'd rather pull him halfway across the map and have him keep fighting other people like this, but as long as he's not focusing in on me, I'm fine with it. Or maybe it does more damage if you hit their tail or something. So it shows you one bullshit overpowered AI stat padding health kind of thing versus another. Right, this is like one of those Far Cry map editor type things, like, oh, let's see, if 40 tigers versus 100 bandits, who wins? Right, like, let's see who wins, the Argonian or the dragon, like. So again, you're using the health padding shit against itself. And as soon as he goes down, then he'll focus on me, but like, this barely even phases him, so. Or like, there's somebody else too, maybe one of the guards. Yeah, just stay down for a little bit, dude. Right, these are all like the random NPC, maybe like a bounty hunter, maybe a thief, something like that. So they move at such weird angles when they do that. But yeah, it's like, it's barely a fly buzzing in its ear what I'm doing to it, so it barely doesn't even feel it, but it does add up over time. Uh-oh, don't focus on me though, or this will kill me from the fall damage potentially. Pretty much sums up the encounter right there. Like, you have to hit it 1,000,000 times, and it has to hit you basically one time, even after using the whirlwind sprint away. Okay, dude. Now, is the book quest going to be the exact same one that he just gave me, or not? Like, oh, you stealth against a dragon in the open world. It's like, why? Why even do that? Or like, how? Or why? Like, it was so... That's where it becomes a little bit of a farce. Like, I don't mind the challenge of it, but I don't want to sit here. Oh god, I don't want to sit there for like an hour doing that. That'll be like the whole episode right there. But I totally just failed that run on purpose so I could do this, because I always like doing this format too. But the whole College of Winterhold book thing, like, that's me giving him his Christmas present. I got to get a nice book for Uragro Shrub, however you say his stupid name. Hey, good day, how's it going? Merry Christmas. So what do we got to do here? Yeah, well, actually, I didn't pay attention to where it was the last time, so I don't even know if it'll be the same one. But that was very stupid, and I don't want to even fight him, but I guess I'll just ignore it. It just takes forever. Like, there's no way around it. The Mad Prince of Oblivion. Yeah, it's funny how much I played some of these like Bethesda games and stuff, and that I haven't beaten any of them. Right, like, you can play them for thousands of hours, but then I never actually make a point to try to beat the story. And I guess I kind of do it on purpose, that I try to, you know, you just kind of get lost in the open world and stuff is a good thing. Okay, let's... What do you mean? Well, first of all, where the hell even are you? Yeah, you get distracted by the dragon. Yeah, you guys can fucking handle that. I'm not gonna sit here for an hour doing this, dude. Normally, I have the honor code to try to, you know, clean up what's on my plate, but... Or like, he's gonna fight me amid all this chaos going on. So yeah, let's just go on foot to try to do this college quest, get him his little book for Christmas. That'll be his Christmas gift. But yeah, this seems to work pretty well on YouTube, I guess. It's hard to really judge how much better or worse it is in the short term, but you know, I don't really like using horses either, but Right, like I don't mind doing this. I just kind of feel bad. I don't want to abandon my Twitch completely, but that's what I thought I was gonna do. Like, oh, I'll do like those iPhone IRL type things that I've been doing, like while driving. I'll do that on YouTube. Like I've been doing that. But then I thought, oh, if I did gaming stuff, I'd do it on Twitch. But now I feel like, oh, I may as well do them both on YouTube. So I guess it's fine. Or yeah, those saber cats are crazy on this legendary difficulty too. Like my character is super squishy, even though I don't want to level up though. Like, you know, I have 295 health, which might not seem like a lot, but even if I'm in all my tank gear and stuff, there's basically an effect to it. Like if I have my shield up with all the shield perks that I have, I can tank something pretty well, like even a dragon or something. But as soon as my shield goes down, I get one shot. That's how much of a difference it makes. Like if I have my heavy armor and my, you know, my shield build, like all my related whatever, you block this percent more, that percent more. It's like almost a mitigation cap at like max level in an MMO. You have to have exactly this much so you don't get, right, like a hard cap type of thing. Let's see how tanky he is. Oh, I guess he's not. I don't know why I just randomly felt like doing that. Because Winterhold's already bullying me for some reason, even though I was just in there peacefully doing the... trying to do the college quest. Like, I'm literally the archmage, dude. So I think I get special treatment, but... nobody is above the law. One of the dumbest things that people kept saying with the whole Trump thing or whatever. Like, oh, no one is above the law except everybody else besides Trump. Like, no, you know, you would have to live in that fantasy world of my absolute expression. Like, oh, don't give any man a monopoly over sin. You'd have to think he's the only bad guy who's done anything wrong. Right. It's not that he isn't bad. It's that you're ignoring everybody else too, and they're using him as a scapegoat. Let's see how hard these things actually are to destroy. Because they are destructible. Right, it's the sort of thing you kind of ignore, but they really don't have much impact in the course of... right, like it's not going to stop you from doing anything. I don't see exactly what it is. Oh, okay, they're not attacking me. I like when the AI fight each other like that because... you know, they're both so overpowered and tanky. I don't know who you are, but I'm still gonna kill you. Fuck it. Seducer's Bandit. What the hell is that? Why do I feel like I've never seen that before? Or like the arrows are very... what? Is that against me or helping me? What is this area? What the fuck is going on? Again, I'm not using a technical partner AI, but... what the fuck is this, dude? I mean, I guess I did initiate it, but I don't know what's going on. Or don't run in a straight line or the archer will get you. They're like, oh, this will be an epic encounter, but it's like they're gonna take an hour to kill because... right, like, oh, you'll stealthily take each one out, but even with the sneak attack, it takes forever to actually do anything. Right, it won't be enough to even remotely kill them. So... I really don't get it in a way. Like, my character isn't too bad or underpowered, and I have, like, a good set of gear related to what I'm doing. But everything is just way too tanky at a certain point. Or the one thing I wasn't able to choose is, what category... like, it let me choose the gaming category, but it didn't let me choose what specific game I'm playing. Or we did the old ring around the rosy. Now, we could try to steal their base. You got to pick out kind of the squishiest one first. See, now we did that. Then we can go and stay. Oh, must have been the wind, even though we just saw an arrow fly by us. Now we can reset to being hidden. Like, would we really have to do it like this? That's so dumb. This is how open world stealth works, which, to be fair, it is a pretty hard thing to design. It's just like you got to separate them somehow, or use like an explosive arrow, which if there is such a thing in this game, like look how little that did. And then if they heal themselves or something, this is maybe the right way to do it. Oh, this is guerrilla warfare. Look at this, dude. Like, it'd take an hour to kill one of these fucking clowns. Like, shouldn't you get rewarded a bit more for like, oh, I have 100 archery and I'm getting a sneak attack and I'm doing all this and I'm, you know, have a whole set of gear based around this archery bows? I don't understand. Right, for only 2, like, shouldn't it be more than 2 times damage? Maybe I don't have all the perks, but like the dagger gets like 15 times damage, so I mean that could always do something. But yeah, like look at how exciting this is. Like, this would probably be the right way to play it. It's just like, or rather than this shout, I should be using the Aura Whisper because it's just so much easier to manage everything. Revealing life forces. This works better like in dungeons and stuff, but wait, yeah, okay, here. I mean, I'm willing to do this. It's just at a certain point it does get boring because of the bullet spongy kind of aspect here. Right, this is so cheese. There's something over there. That would be good on like the other character I was just playing as, that I could have been saved by that. Right, as we're playing like a sneak character for the first time in a permadeath, whatever, legendary run from the beginning. Right, so I mean, I could do this all day. The only thing is if they heal. But it just feels kind of cheese and stupid, right, to have to do it this way, but... And you could say, oh, that's because that's my playstyle, but it's really not. It's like... You know, whatever playstyle I have, it's not going to be enough. They took out a couple of these clowns. Right, they shouldn't be this tanky that it makes that big of a difference. It didn't even look like I should have hit it there. And I like how stealth would be associated with doing a shout. Like, yes, the number one thing that you should do to be sneaky is to shout at somebody. I don't know if that's a... box or something, but yeah, I couldn't really see with the red aura. I'll blame that. Yeah, this helps you manage it pretty well with respect to the, you know, isn't this fun and exciting gameplay, but it's just like, dude, and I should maybe focus fire on one of them if I'm going to do this, but they're just so dumb that they just stand there. They won't ever actually find me. So I have the high ground. This maybe makes more sense against animals or stuff like that, like other, even like maybe Falmer, who might be blind or less intelligent somehow, but it doesn't, like trolls or other types of enemies, but it doesn't make as much sense against humans who are supposed to be smart and communicate, or humanoid types, because okay, that's a little bit too close for comfort. Even when you hit him, you're already out of their line of sight. And so they barely even notice. And it's kind of a fitting thing too. Why wouldn't they search for you harder or react more to the fact that they just got hit by an arrow? Because it barely even phases them. Right? It barely does anything. So why should they care? Right? That's how little damage it does. What is happening? Am I hitting him or not? Oh my god. Like, I could try to think of a better way to do this. I just can't figure it out. Or they're all going that way now. Going to my last known location. Alright, they kind of got a scent of me there. But yeah, especially if they heal. If they end up healing themselves. Wait, this dude is coming for me. This chick, I should say. What? I'll paint the snow with your blood. What if there wasn't any snow around? Like, how do they relegate that responsibility? They just seem like they're being territorial too. Like, they don't care if I if I just leave. That's at least a good perch, actually, because now they're at such an angle that they're at such an angle that they can't just jump down there and come after me. So what happened to my stun on my thing? My ability to stun stuff. Okay, now I gotta whoops. I gotta switch to my, okay, I accidentally alt tabbed out of the game. I was going to, what is happening? I was going to switch to my Aura Whisper, or I mean Whirlwind Sprint. Oh man, but that shows you how stupid that can be with the health padding aspect of it. God damn, dude. At least this one doesn't matter as much because we can just keep starting over and over, right? But I'm trying to get sidetracked along the way, but I guess, you know, our character's just not strong enough to deal with these, with this crazy health padding that you have to deal with. The old ways. So now we'll just go on foot, as is tradition. I mean, you know, we're not playing on that survival mode thing anyway, but or I think I could probably enable it, but I don't want to for this character. Right, this is just like my normal mainstay old school character that I, you know, my highest level, my, and it says I've only played like 300 hours, but it's way more than that because either of sessions like this or, you know, whatever, like where you won't save it or you'll die and I'll kind of reset or I'll just mess around, right? It doesn't mean you're actually every minute is accounted for there, so it's probably way more than that. Oh god, like I don't even want to mess with this because they take too long to kill. It's not even like challenging in a satisfying enough way, right? It's just like they're super health patty, as we just saw even with the bandits or everything. So the best way to deal with it would be like to summon the, like use the sanguine rose and summon those things, because then they're very tanky too, and they're very, you know, it'll be a good match. But just to try to solo something like that is no fun because it just takes forever, and it feels especially goofy with stealth because, you know, it just kind of, you're cheesing the AI. But I guess if it wasn't stealth, it wouldn't work either. Like let's say I go in there with a two-handed weapon with all two-handed damage, increased gear and stuff like that, it's not going to do enough, right? Like I don't get it. At a certain point, right, you're just not strong enough anymore. You have to do some glitched out build, or I really don't know. You're expected to have AI partners, companions with you at all times. It's basically mathematically impossible to deal with some of this. So it's supposed to be that I stun stuff when I hit it with my bow. I heard you like fire. But you get this little matrix kind of shit. But see, even he's so tanky, so it really does become bullet spongy as hell. His aim is not very good, but as I say that, my stamina is pretty low. Like, let me switch to oh, I heard you like, I heard you're an elf. This actually is convenient. Let's do a little matrix juke. I do love the way the magic works in this, how like everything is a skill shot. Like there's no lock-on kind of targeting with magic like so many games do. Yeah, see now, like, oh, we're gonna do this in person. But like, look at how little that actually does. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? It's so crazy. Like, everything is too fucking tanky. I don't know what bow does what again. I keep forgetting. We have one that like absorbs health. We got to kind of combine everything together. But, and again, this isn't even meant to be too strong of an enemy. This is just a random thing. But I'm just too squishy is the #1 problem. I always feel like. But no, they're not getting staggered the way I expect them to. His aim is even shittier than mine, though. Okay. And then guess what he'll do when he gets low on health? He'll probably fucking heal himself. Like, it turns every little random encounter into like a boss fight, basically. Okay, which one is the... is the one that's gonna heal me. Right, one of them that absorbs health. Daedric Bow. Wait. What? Not that it's gonna help me too much right now, where I got my life, the once a day recovery thing. And we also have the Atronex Stone that kind of helps us regenerate some of that. Even though it doesn't seem like a lot, it sort of adds up, especially when I'm being a bit of a clown here. What is going on? I felt like I was getting hit from behind or something too. But no, I remember being able to stun lock stuff a bit more this way with oh god, I'm not the only one who gets that. Now, was that him just actually healing manually, or did he have that same, does he get that same ability, auto recovery, when he starts to get low? So basically this fight could go on forever, especially if that keeps happening. Look at this, man. This is ridiculous. But again, I'm fine with it turning into a boss fight. Like every 5 steps we're gonna have a boss fight, but this is with me after just ignoring the dragon too. Shit. Trying not to use that too much so I could recover my shit here, but not that I can't heal too, but I'm trying kind of not to. I'm gonna die to fall damage rather than deny him the satisfaction. So I mean, just to be clear, every encounter is like fucking, you know, this intense, which is both a good and a bad thing, but it feels a little bit comical at times. Like, it's a bit too much. I don't know. And again, I know people might say, oh, well, maybe your build isn't that good or something, but it doesn't seem like it should be that extremely health patty regardless of what I'm doing, right? And I even have like a committed set of gear for what I'm doing, right? Like I have all this, you know, stuff that increases archery damage and stuff like that. It might not be the best, but just the fact that I'm even committing to that and it's still so irrelevant, the damage that I'm doing. Obviously everybody will have some broken, bugged out build that they'll try to suggest, but you know, it shouldn't require that, but that's what this mode is about, I guess. So let me double check what I actually have equipped here. So one of these, okay, this absorbs health, this absorbs maybe mana. You have some of the two-handed weapons that do the same thing. So unfortunately, it doesn't give me the best feedback on those because it just says Daedric Bow. So absorb stamina, burns the target, absorb health, does 40 points of magic damage, absorb 11 points of magic damage, paralyzed for 6 seconds, absorb 11 stamina, does 37 stamina. Or that's kind of what I would try to do, I guess, in a way. I would try to drain their stamina to the point where they just kind of pass out, right? Kind of like with the lethargy one, like, or no, not even that. Just a petrifying one, right? Because that allows you to stun lock them, and then that makes it feel like a bit more of a fair game. There's gonna be the dragon again, which I'm just gonna ignore him, but. So yeah, we get one of those attempts every year. The fucking, I mean, will Elder Scrolls 6 be out by the time we do it again next year? Because I mean, that's being more delayed even than GTA 6. Because GTA 5 came out in 2013, and now 6 is going to come out like at the end of 2026, I think. So that's like 13 years, but Skyrim is already past that. It's going to be 15 years now, and I still don't know if it's going to come out. Or wait, the dragon didn't come out this time. But no, I cannot even walk down the road in peace here without this shit happening. Let's see how hard it is to kill a guard, actually. Are you gonna get stunned, though? Not even from the petrifying. Okay, he's not very tanky. Resisted paralyzed, but he's still getting... Yes, of course. Can't you tell that he's resisting paralyzed as he's getting knocked back? Like, it's not the same thing, obviously, but it's effectively good enough. I don't know why it wasn't working on the other shit. Oh, there we go. And the dragon helps me out. What a guy. So that's the kind of cheese that you need to do. Just keep him stun locked. Oh, fuck. Yeah, eat him. Eat him. I've given you your meal on a silver platter. I'm tributing to the dragon gods over here. It won't work on bigger targets like that, I don't think, though. Look at him fall dramatically slowly. Even the dragon is struggling to deal with this health padding bullshit. Yeah, just eat his bitch ass. Eat it. Wait, he's still alive. Hit him with 5 shots, except I've hit him with 50 shots and he's still alive. And then as I'm doing this, the dragon is going to kill me. He's still focus firing him. Like, I need a dragon to help me kill this clown because of the health padding bullshit. And his wasn't even as bad as some of them. Right, he was still more normal. Let me fill it up with my quality of life soul gem shit that I've been doing. Like I said, I just keep buying them because I don't have anything else to do with my gold. And then I also could do the same for arrows. I don't really care to use the best quality arrows, just like whatever I got, as long as I have a ton of them to spam. Which maybe you could say that's part of the problem too, but the thing is, the whole sneak style of play doesn't work because, oh, you sneak up and get a 2 times damage with the bow or something, and it barely does anything, so it barely matters, you know, and you're only going to get like 1 hit like that. So, you know what I mean? Or again, you can kind of cheese it and do it where you keep kind of going in and out of combat, but that feels kind of cheap. So I don't really want to go that way. But yeah, we did a nice little run attempt. I liked how patient I was being with it. It's kind of a little uncharacteristic of me these days, but again, we died to something totally comical and preventable. Not just that, oh, we died to a mud crab, but that we walked up to it slowly and did this like 3 times and it didn't die when it had like 1 HP just because I was being lazy. And oh, I'm trying to conserve an arrow or whatever I'm doing, but... And then the bigger thing is it one-shots me when I thought I was at full health. And I guess we'll never know, but... Why should you be getting one-shot by a mud crab? Like, it doesn't make sense. Alright, so what is this, a dark elf guy again, or what the fuck is that? High elf this time. Sneak attack for 2 times damage. Again, look at how much this is doing, but at least here, I really can't even see him. I literally am hitting him through the bush. But like, you know, this is at least good because you can stun lock it, so I'll have no mercy for doing this. It feels cheap, but at least in a single target context, this is what you have to do because it's so stupid. Now he's going to get diminishing returns or some shit. Or even here he's going to get paralyzed and pushed back like that. Just kind of walk him down with this. Right, this is kind of cheap, but it only works in a single target context. So yeah, we've almost burned him out with the diminishing returns. Like, he's immune to paralyze now, apparently. But it doesn't matter, because we can just unlock his bitch ass. Isn't this such fun, engaging gameplay? Like, fucking so stupid. Or no, now it's run out. Yeah, we get more damage for headshots, which has never been a thing in these games, really. This is so cheap, but I almost feel justified or that I have to do it, because... And even if he doesn't get paralyzed, he will get knocked back here. Yeah, you should have brought a buddy with you, then this wouldn't work, or I'd kind of keep alternating between the two. Or I always would do this motion like I do that, like where I go as if I'm manually pulling the arrow myself, right? I don't know, I would do that little flick to the side. So that was at least satisfying enough, even though it's still bullet spongy as hell, right? Health padding. It's a situation where at some point you stop even picking those things up because it's like you don't even need it. But like, yeah, with this paralysis thing, I can accept it a little bit. But again, it really only works because of the single target thing. And you just don't do enough damage. I mean, everything is just too tanky. It doesn't matter what you do. I'm not too happy about it. In a way, it just makes it boring. That's the thing. It's not even about whether it's hard or not. I actually kind of like it if it's, you know, that's fine as a challenge, but it you know, just health alone doesn't really justify that. Right. You know, that's a fake kind of challenge sometimes. Take any game in existence and just increase enemy health by 10 times. There you go. It's harder. Like, there's more to it than that. What the fuck was that? I'm just killing random civilians at this point. Or like I could knock them off the side of the thing, but which might happen on its own actually, just with the paralysis. Yes, this is the same Fallout effect that you could just I guess I could have this effect on a melee weapon too. It dies in such an awkward position too because of that. I just want your fucking arrows more than anything. And then this thing is kind of burning out pretty quick though of the soul gems, unfortunately. Which again, I have nothing to do with my gold besides get more, but still. Let's check out what's in here. So here we should switch to Aura Whisper is good for this kind of thing. Wait, this can't be. Oh no, it's just telling me to exit. Major stamina. I mean, some of this stuff I should probably sell, but I just don't care enough to even worry about it. Take 18 points, 40 stamina. You know, you get kind of burnt out of how much shit you have at a certain point. Doesn't seem like there's anybody even here. Yeah, I'm cheesing with this paralysis thing, so I'm fine with that. So now this is the seducers bandits over here, which I don't know what that means or what the context of that is. Right? I feel like I've almost never seen that before. But again, when you're fighting a mob of things like this, it's virtually impossible to even do anything. And I don't really even want to engage them, to be fair. But yeah, you would have to use like some sort of companion follower or some summons or something that I kind of don't want to do. What is it? How is it playing that music if I'm hidden? It's bugging out. Get the nice little Aurora Borealis thing. What is this music, dude? Even the game is confused. Like, what the fuck is going on? Let's put the Whirlwind Sprint back on. Okay, we're trying to go to whatever this destination is. I don't even know where it is. What is it? Okay, we'll do the paralysis thing again. Or even if not, we'll just stun lock your bitch ass. What a fun and engaging system here. Or sometimes they'll roll down the hill like this too. I mean, it's just stun locking him. But I'll relish in it still because... you know, the single target thing is fair. Oh yeah, let's do our little RP motion. Like, look at us pulling the arrow back and getting back in position kind of a thing. Or what I was almost thinking about doing this here was, oh, I'm going to do VR Skyrim for the first time and use that as a segue. Like, it's a good excuse to do it because I only play Skyrim on Christmas. So let's do Skyrim VR. Like how we did Red Dead last year. We do the Red Dead Thanksgiving. So last year we used it as an excuse to play it on the Switch instead of on PS3 for the first time. Right, I did it on the Switch. And then this year I did it on PC for the first time. So it's a good excuse to do it in different ways. But I might save that for next Christmas then. Fuck it. Why am I even doing this shit, man? I don't even know who these characters are. I don't even care. Or they're just running away. What a clown. Wait, what? I'm just getting pissed at the whole health padding that I'm trying to take it out on these clowns. Or because I failed my run as a Khajiit. Now I'm taking it out on the Khajiit for some reason. Yeah, we got the Whirlwind Sprint thing to contend with. These guys aren't tanky at all, though. And they don't even hit shit. These are the worst legendary enemies I've seen. So you go here. Oh, they can actually just be killed, though, straight out. Or one of them won't be able to be. Or unless you really want to commit to it. We just killed maybe some important lore NPCs that we'll never be able to deal with again, but who cares? It's not even like this is meant to be per se an evil character. We just kind of are a temperamental character that gets kind of pissed when, you know, at dealing with how bullshit everything in this world is. Like how health patty it is, how we get one shot by practically everything. Again, I embrace the challenge of it, but there's sometimes a tedious element that I can't figure out exactly how to deal with. But all we want is a fucking book for this guy. I just always feel like I have to do long episodes this day because it's the only time I get to do this. Again, at some point I might change that rule, but I probably won't. Because there's so many other things I have to do that... Right, again, the main thing I want to do... Like, the one series I wanted to kind of do, but I haven't had time, is the Chess Up series, where I'm playing on the board with a camera in real life, right? So I did a couple episodes of that, so I want to do more of that. And then I also want to do, like, starting next year, I want to do the Permadeath first playthrough of new games as they come out. Right. Those would be the two things I want to do as we go forward. The one thing I'll do next week for New Year's is... He's chasing a fucking snow fox over here. But no, it's a situation where I want to do the Hearthstone finale, or not finale, a whiz-bang special for New Year's. Right, see if he can last into the next year. We'll do like a long episode of that and kind of play some of the gimmick decks and stuff like that. But yeah, other than that, those are the two series that I kind of want to do, which is... It's been difficult for me to have the time to do anything because... You know, I try to stream every day no matter what, but I've been doing those kind of while driving, which is convenient in a way, but that's basically all I've been doing. Like, whenever I'm driving, I just do a stream, like a just chatting stream on my phone, which is still good. It's a legitimate form of content, especially with the absolutist philosophy stuff, but like, this is so cheap, dude. And of course, he's going to regenerate more health than I actually have, or than I'm actually doing. But again, you get the knockback regardless of the paralyze, so now it's going to run out and then we're going to get one shot by the guy. It's like a scene from a movie where you're kind of mocking the villain, like, oh, we have you right where we want you, and then oh no, your bullets run out or something runs out and then they retaliate. So we're going to need a fuckload of soul gems though if we're going to do this. So I don't know where the fuck it's taking me. Sometimes the map icon can be a little deceptive, but again, this is open world stealth gameplay that we're gonna just get one little dinky sneak hit in, and then like the real purpose of stealth gameplay would be just to avoid combat, not to, you know, not to facilitate it. What is he even doing? They're chasing the little foxes, whether for fun or to actually kill it, I don't know. He's just trolling it. He's not actually, you know, hunting it. Alright, so we got... Probably on the other side here. See, it could be like all the way on the other side of the whole map, or it could be pretty close by. Without me looking at the world... Oh, no, don't tell me I'm stuck. Without looking at the whole world map. Don't tell me, bro. Maybe if I do the whirlwind sprint, we'll be able to get out of it, but... What the fuck, bro? I forget if there's actually a way. There's probably a console command to do it, but... Oh, come on. Come on. Am I actually gonna get stuck here? Oh, why does everything have to go wrong, man? Again, I wouldn't want to use really a console command or it feels like cheating, but... Like, how does this happen, man? Ah. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's really no other ability or anything that would help me with this either. Now we'll end up launching ourselves off the... That seemed to work a little bit. We just can't jump even. Like, come on. Oh my god. I mean, see, this is what happens too. Like, even in our permadeath sense, like, oh, I'm not allowed to save it, so I have to restart where we started at the beginning of the episode, even if I did something that isn't my fault. Okay, we should at least be able to do this then. Okay, I'll fast travel to here because whatever, even though I was trying not to fast travel. I mean, I'm right there anyway, so... Right, I'll allow that. What? So yeah, look at how much they actually do to us there. And look at how little we do to them. It's very, very unfair. Even if we can cheese them a little bit with this petrifying thing. It does go down a little bit too fast though. Like literally just stun lock cheese. And the other ones just fell asleep or they can't even find me. Like, we use more arrows than we would get from them, even not the ones we get back, but just like the where is he? Oh, we almost just died there too. There was somebody up at the top too. Yeah, we can just, this is how an archer is supposed to play, just stand right in front of them. This is how bad my aim is that I would have to account for it. We'll make a whole fucking drawing on their chest with arrows and they still won't die. It makes it seem like I'm doing some sort of troll build to make it harder for myself, but I'm really not. Again, not saying my build is perfect, but it just feels odd that it's this hard to kill stuff. And again, even if the soul gem thing runs out, we don't always need that effect. Right, because we sort of... I mean, that one's maybe a little bit too valuable for me not to do. What? He sure took his sweet time to wait for everybody else to die. Or make him stand in the fire. Like, is that actually... Okay, that's understandable, sort of, but... Look at that, seemed to bug out, actually. We should be able to stun lock his bitch ass, is my thought, though. Right? Like, just keep doing that. And again, if I was using the one that drains their health, absorbs their health, this would make a significant recovery too. This I don't even mind as much. Like, these are kind of tanky, but not that tanky. I thought the silver hand could be beneficial to you, though. They're like kind of the werewolf stuff, right? So I thought they could be friendly. Oh, he's gonna get me from the bush there. I'm gonna miss point blank range. Let's see if the mud crab issue is gonna work. It works on him, but not the mud crab. When I do that same shit again. Oh my god. Look at his tail flapping in the wind. The physics of this game are pretty impressive at times. So where the fuck is it actually taking me, man? We can do the soul gem again, like fucking draining my soul gems, but it's kind of worth it, I guess. It's gonna be like a Spriggan or some shit over here. But yeah, the way the world kind of levels up with you and stuff like that and scales with you is pretty impressive in a lot of these games. Like now all you'll see is Spriggan matriarchs and crazy stuff like that, right? So there's like sort of a, it's sort of subtle too. After a while you start to notice that, but like everything always stays pretty level relevant to you regardless of kind of where you are or whatever you're doing. I'm hearing it, but I don't see it. Okay, are we gonna stun? Oh shit. I mean, I could just run away. Either we got to stun or we got to run. Those are the two options. What is this? Oh, shit. I don't think he's going to be able to figure this shit out either, though. What is this building here? See, even after 1,000 hours of playing this game, I'm probably discovering... Have I ever been here before? I don't know what this is. I probably have, but... It's going to be like some... I guess you weren't so lucky this time. Some little mini story thing. Lusty Argonian maid. He was looking for some treasure, so let's see if we can find it. Right, like whatever that note was. Of course, we have like a million of these fucking things, but... Rifted, and it's kind of like above in the waterfall. That assumes that we're near Rifted, which I wasn't even aware of. Are we even? Wait. Or maybe he just died here by happenstance, but that has nothing to do with... Riften is where? What? Like it would imply that it's here that he was looking for it. But that's nowhere near it. Alright, let me look at it again. I'm close to finding the steel mace of cowardice. Right, Riften is there, and then it's showing like, okay, above Riften in the waterfall. But because he died near a waterfall, right, it would almost imply that it was here. That he was looking and he just got unlucky. It almost makes me want to look in here for it. Fuck. The classic video game hiding spot for a lot of things, just always behind a waterfall. Or just like underwater in general, I guess. Okay, let's just try to find this book for the clown. I guess dying in that first run kind of kills my whole mood, so now I don't even want to do that long of an episode, but I don't mind it. Or it'll end up taking me all day to even get one of his fucking books. Oh, man. Yeah, we have this paralysis thing that we can kind of cheese with. And other than that, none of these other bows are really doing very much damage. Nor is anything else that I can really do. He's like reacting to me, but why is he doing it over there? He's kind of facing the wrong way. This might not work out too well because he's maybe getting staggered, but he's not going to get paralyzed. You can just stand there and take it. I'm fine with that. Right, like what a fun fucking exciting gameplay. Like what is this shit, dude? What is it doing? Besides getting paralyzed sometimes, but it was just standing there still. What the fuck? Now my curiosity will get the better of me. I'll try to get close just to see something happen. You might think, oh, he won't be able to get to me, but he shouldn't just be standing there. What is this? He's just bugged out. Oh god. Okay, is this a spider that was almost dead? This is my number one thing that's gonna kill me is the fucking whenever I get close and try to do that goofy thing with the goofy melee strike with the bow, like, oh, that's gonna be my finisher. What a combo, right? You keep trying to do that to everything and that ends my run. Maybe the bear was fighting one of those at one point, but still doesn't explain why he just stood there. That always seems like it's delayed. Oh, here we go, my same signature technique. But see, like certain things you might say, oh, that doesn't scale to you as well. But at least relatively it does, because right, like now it'll start to spawn stronger enemy types in general on average, right, to kind of match with you. It's a very scenic part of the world. I don't know if this will even lead to where I'm trying to go, but they use mountains a lot in this game to kind of create an invisible wall type structure to force your, you know, whatever, to make the world seem bigger. But the map size of this game kind of disappointed me at the beginning, because I thought, oh, it's such a big game and you're supposed to do so much. But that's kind of the trick of it. The map itself isn't that big. Like, oh, let's say I compared it to classic WoW, right? And like, you know, so it's like smaller than that. But oh, like you start the game in Helgen and you go to Whiterun within like 10 minutes, right? It's like, oh, if you can go here to here in 10 minutes, then the whole map isn't really that big. But the one thing that I underestimated, of course, that was like when I first played the game that I thought that. What I underestimated was the content density, that like every 5 steps there's a dungeon or there's something to do, and the replayability of it, the Radiant quests and how they keep sending you to different spots, right? So that's the strength of it. The map itself on its own isn't that big. There's plenty of games with bigger maps. Right, but there's very few that use them as well as this. Right, so if you compare to like Rockstar, oh, GTA 5 is a bigger map than this. Probably, right? It must be, because of all the vehicles and stuff. But that doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter because of the simple fact that watch him go off the side. Is he gonna die to fall damage, or he's gonna go? What the fuck, dude? But yeah, it's like, whatever. It's a situation where you can't judge it by the map size alone. But I remember that distinctly when I first started playing this game, right? Way back, it was like I was kind of disappointed by that. I was kind of just measuring the map and thinking, you know what? Like, okay, we went from Helgen, we're in Riverwood, we're in where the fuck is Riverwood? Or that is Riverwood. Or you go from Helgen to here, and it's like, wow, that only took like 10 minutes of walking, and so I could walk the whole map in like half an hour from one side to the other, right? Even without a horse, it just felt kind of underwhelming. But they really stretch it out, not just because of the mountains and stuff like that I said, but again, the content density, the way that the content kind of scales and evolves with you, the way that they get the Radiant quest system and various, you know, replayable aspects. So you definitely can't judge it that quickly. Again, meanwhile, a game like GTA 5 or something is wasted, even though they try to force you to do it online and stuff. It's wasted in the sense that look at the jukes, but no, it's wasted because of the simple fact that it's a big map, but they don't let you do very much with it, right? There's not that much to really discover, explore, or like dynamic stuff. It's more just like, okay, you do the missions and you do a few scripted things, but there's nothing really that interesting or replayable the way that even like vigilante missions were in GTA 4. I should almost do a format with that, like see how long, like I used to do. See how many vigilante missions I can do in a row without dying in GTA 4. Because you can't do it in GTA 5 because you'd have to do it online, which is kind of dumb by force, but you know, it's not very subtle, their desire to do that. Bro is literally taking a nap while I'm doing this. What an intense fight. Like, bro. It's so dumb, dude. And now he's gonna start recovering more health than I can actually do to him. Right. Yeah, you'll be joining your buddy there soon. The troll skull that you have, that's your wife. In front of the Huz. In front of the Huz, he got killed, right? His fucking troll skull over here. Took revenge on this clown. But he has an arrow in him, so... Why do I feel like after hundreds of hours of gameplay that we haven't seen that book? Right, like imagine if we get a skill up from one of these. Or we wouldn't even get one because a lot of our skills are max anyway. But no, this kind of makes everything feel more intense. We're like, oh, it's, you know, sometimes you get a little jaded to stuff like, oh, it's not a big deal. Like every combat encounter is easy and kind of forgetful if you play on a normal difficulty, especially after a long period of time and once your character gets so strong. So here it kind of makes it so epic. Like, oh, it is kind of a big deal and everything is kind of a, you know, that looks like the Spriggan flash that you get sometimes. Right, it makes every little encounter a big deal. Like, oh, how could those guards die to that troll? But you can see how, because oh, if I get hit once by it, I'll die myself. So it does make it feel more, you know, meaningful that way. But where exactly is this? No, no, no. Oh, God, not again. Yeah, we're gonna get the book. We're gonna bring it back to him. That's Urogroshov's Christmas present. I think I've done that every year in these Skyrim Christmas specials, regardless of what else I try to do, like the Permadeath run that we tried to do at the beginning, like where we make a new file. I actually maybe should check that on my YouTube thing. Oh God, like every year I've gotten him at least one book, right? I make a point to try to do that. Now this guard is gonna kill me. I don't even have to do that. Where the fuck is this? Right, so if I die now, I'd have to start back from the college and walk all the way back, right? That's how punishing we're kind of doing this. I don't understand where this is, man. Or it must be below. I don't know. And try to wall hack. What is this? I'm trying not to use the world map or whatever, but it could be. I mean, it could be this very cave here, but I just don't know where it is. Don't die to fucking fall damage here. It could be one of those that's kind of in the middle here of the water. Right, it could either be below or above. I mean, that's the two options. That icon can sort of be deceptive because whatever this is, right? I don't know. Right, you shouldn't be looking at the icon anymore. You should be looking at that little hut thing. Right. I really don't know where this is. It feels like it's somewhere in the waterfall. Like it could be one of those where you just fight a couple bears or something inside of it. Bro, I tried to give you a chance. Look at them stretching like... Let me try to take you out with a... Oh, fuck. What is this? Who is that? What? It's not that I can't heal either. I'm acting like I can't. You know, I haven't really used that, but... I'm trying to heal only with my, like, absorption effects or something. All I was trying to do is find the cave. Like, I'm not even trying to fight any of these clowns. And I guess I'm, like, wanted with every town for some reason, because I get bored sometimes and just kill a random guard. A good excuse. But, okay. Let me try to find this again. I don't know who that mage was who suddenly just started hitting me. Right, like, the dynamic quality of this is pretty... There'll always be bounty hunters and assassins and random shit going on. So it could be super high up, too. That could be the only other answer if it's not down here. But the icon makes it look like it's so close. Oh, you really, really want it, huh? I tried to spare your bitch ass, but... Oh, here we go. That mage wants my ass, too. What the fuck? Why are you teaming up with the Iverstead guard, whoever the fuck you are? Who are you? You're like one of the assassins. Why don't you fight each other? Right? Those two shouldn't be on friendly terms. That's like a random assassin or something. Okay, so now the guard's gonna flank me all from behind there. I don't know what's going on, man. Look at this, the tag team of a fucking nightmare here, dude. And I am making a concerted effort, I guess, not to heal either, but look, I can still recover from this. I just don't know why this is happening. So you got a random mercenary working together with a guard. Okay. Okay, dude. Okay. Total fucking chaos, dude. We got a friggin' Earth Mother or whatever the fuck it is. Like, I cannot just do this shit in peace. I'm gonna die to a bunch of wisps like I'm fucking Archimon in Warcraft 3. Bro. Like, come on, man. This is a very well-guarded dungeon, whatever it is that I'm trying to go to, and I refuse to use the map. Oh, that view is pretty spectacular. What even is that? It could be Winterhold, or no, it's probably Windhelm. How are they? How? How are they still chasing me? Like, what's going on? Bro. What the fuck is this? Like, I don't know if I really want to try to take that challenge, but maybe these wisps are just really good at staying on you, so it makes it hard to get away. But yeah, we had the dream team duo of those two. And then you know, the mercenary and the guard, and then we get the Spriggan chick. I mean, not that I couldn't do it, but I just don't feel like doing it. So whatever this dungeon is, it will take another hour to figure it out. But see what an adventure this is. We walk manually from the College of Winterhold to here. Then we'll walk back. And we have to do the dungeon, all this stuff without dying, on Legendary, with whatever comes our way. And, you know, it's just kind of like a whole storyline that plays out. It's very unclear where exactly this fucking thing is. And I'll stay in this crouch, I guess, the whole time. Yeah, that one guard has a fucking death wish. She just won't leave me alone. That's how badly they want me now, I guess, is, oh, they're going to team up with the mercenaries, effectively. Or you could do, like, this little roll while you're... you could, like, sprint while crouched to do a roll, but I guess I can't do it on this character. Look how crazy it is, though, to do, like, one simple fucking dungeon. To get one simple book. Yeah, this is a very scenic, kind of peaceful part of the map. Well, I mean, visually, like, not as snowy and crazy as some of it. Although this game does sometimes have too much of a clear, obvious separation of biomes in a way. This is a real mystery as to where this entrance to the dungeon is. It makes it seem like it's at the bottom of the waterfall, but there's nothing there. Like, really, where could it be? It could be somewhere up there. I really don't know. Somewhere in that vicinity, I just can't figure it out. And again, I'm trying to do it more exploratory, where I'm not you know, using the map or anything, but and I mean, it's giving me a waypoint. This is how spoiled the modern generation of gamers is. You have a waypoint, but you still can't find where you're trying to go. Yeah, this was a good first YouTube gaming kind of test stream, even though technically it's not my first one. It's just kind of like, you know, that one was sort of just incidental because my Twitch wouldn't work that one day, the Red Dead one that I did. That guard is still waiting for me. Man, I'm getting kind of triggered. Where the fuck is this? I've never had this much difficulty just finding a dungeon. Is it? Oh, it must be where that bear is, I guess. He was probably standing outside of it, kind of. It feels like I'm a pussy sometimes for like running from some of these encounters, but bro, that should be the giveaway. Yeah, the bear should have been blocking it. Right. Maybe the entrance of it. Again, that 2x sneak damage is not very impressive at all, but the best you're gonna get, and this is just a regular cave bear too. He's doing fucking tricks. Yeah, roll over, roll over. Play dead, except you're not playing anymore. Fucking the physics are quite amusing, and you might go tumbling off the side, which doesn't necessarily always kill you, but it'll at least make you have to run all the way back up here. He's just kind of in disbelief. Like, what is he supposed to do? Wait, why am I not hitting him? What? It's not even working. He's like just totally bugged out. Put you out of your misery. You could try to run all the way back up here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, I don't even care to finish you off, but this is the cave, right? Well, actually, we'll step out and then he'll kill us. We better not. There'll be some moment like that. He'll be waiting for us. Oh, God. Yeah, sometimes the AI is pretty derpy. That, like, he should at least be trying to chase up and come back up here. I should have known the whole time. I'm wondering where this place is, and then I see that. Like, I had seen the bear up here, so obviously that could indicate something. I'm something of a hunter myself. Okay, so please just be like 3 bears in here, and that'll be good enough to get the book, I guess. Or maybe I can just get it without even... It could be trolls, too. But no, it should be bears because... Or it might be nothing. Or he could just be asleep. But what if I get it without even having to fight him? I mean, it feels appropriate that you should have to, but... You know... What an easy quest, right? We get kind of lucky in a way. Right, that the dungeon itself that we have to do is the easiest part. That's the easiest part of the quest. Meanwhile, we're racking our... Oh, fuck. Racking our brain. Or no, he went back to sleep. I mean, I'm still gonna kill you, but... Or not even that he went back to sleep. He doesn't know that I'm here. Wait. It sounded like there was another one. What, we get one little dinky cave bear for all our trouble? Or like, you know... That could not have been an easier dungeon to possibly do. We get to do 1 Skyrim dungeon a year based on Urogro Shub's decision of which Radiant quest he wants to give us. And this is the one that we get. We literally get one with 1 fucking bear, which in a way I'm grateful because it makes it easier after all the difficulty we had getting here and finding it and, you know, taking the road trip. Now all we have to do is go back. Right, and we could do more too, but I almost don't even feel like it. Right, but it turns everything into such an epic adventure in the sense that that simple quest to just get a single book, right, took that long. And of course, I don't use fast travel for this kind of purpose, so... Only thing is we have to not die on the way back, which is a lot easier said than done, because this is fucking brutal. There's a Spriggan Wisp Mother over there. It's quite a long trek that we took to get here. Right. Took the scenic view, but you maybe had to. Yeah, I mean, think about what we just experienced here, like in that sense. We literally did nothing more than he had to go do a single dungeon, do a simple book, but it still feels so epic, even though in some ways the legendary health is a little bit annoying. Right, but still. Because it kind of makes you take a more avoidant mentality. Like, you want to have some big fights, but you really can't because you just... I don't know what you would have to do to... Or again, it makes them kind of long and repetitive, so... I think that health path... It gives you something to work towards, I guess. Like, somehow I have to get my character to be even stronger, where... You know, somehow... I don't know, you'd be able to deal with that, but... All we have to do is make it back. Like, that's literally the second half of this, but you saw how hard it was to get here. But yeah, you should play the game without waypoints and stuff too. But that would be a little bit too hard to then find where you're trying to go with this. But no, if you were to just play a game like this with no waypoint bar at the top, and just wander where you will. If you find where you're trying to go for a quest or something, so be it. But if not, that's fine too. You're just wandering around, right? There's a certain fun factor to that. You know, old school games didn't have waypoints, or, you know, you just figure it out. No map, no waypoint. It's a choice to play something that way, but, you know, I should do that with something I'm doing a blind first playthrough Permadeath of some new game, and I just decide to do that. It's sort of a weird culture around modern gaming in that sense, like... People will say, oh, modern games are too easy, or too kind of get through it quickly and get the optimal build, and then complain about, oh, everybody's doing the same thing, or it's too easy, or it's too obvious. But at the same time, they're looking up builds and build guides and copying stuff and metagaming and stuff like that, using mods and stuff, helpers, add-ons and stuff. So what does that tell you? It tells you that not only are games not... You know, has gaming, like people say this in a nostalgic way. They'll say like, oh, games used to be fun when we were kids and stuff like that. You got to ask yourself, has gaming changed, or have you? Has gaming changed, or have you? Because not that games old school weren't cryptic and didn't have their secrets and mysteries, but it's kind of the opposite of what people think. It's like games now are so overwhelming and so complicated that it would take you a lifetime to figure everything about them, right? Like MMOs especially, right? 20 years later, people are still figuring out new things in classic WoW, right, to experiment with. So it's like they're so complex and so loaded that you would have to resign yourself to not even try to figure them out for yourself. So then you take for granted that you got to look up guides and this and that because you don't have time or patience to figure everything out, which is fine. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but then don't come back and hold that against the game and say that, oh, that makes the game bad or it makes it too easy. Meanwhile, you're looking up guides like and builds and stuff, and then, oh, everybody's doing the same thing and it's boring, right? You're turning it into like a metagame min-max thing like real life where, oh, everybody's going to do this in a certain optimal way. But it doesn't matter because, you know, if you played it truly blind, that's what you have to understand. There used to be like this honor code approach that there sort of still is sometimes of like, it's kind of a stigma to ask other people for help or to look up guides or to use a strategy guide like back in the day, right? To ask your brother or sister for help or your parent for help to get through a level, or like to look, again, to have one of those strategy guides, or now in the modern day to like look stuff up on the internet. Right, we just take it for granted that everything is just obvious and part of the common culture, but if you were to truly play something blind, you would realize how immersive it can be, how, you know, again, like knowing is half the battle, but you would realize like, wow, it would take you a lifetime and you still wouldn't figure everything out in an MMO or in a game like this, open world game, whatever it might be. So what you're actually saying is, not only is it not too easy or not complicated enough, is that it's so complicated that you give up, you never even try, right, to figure everything out for yourself. So you just concede to looking stuff up because you know how overwhelming it is. But then you are stupid enough to not realize that and say, oh, but look how easy everything is, right? When really it's the opposite, that it's so complicated that you don't even try to figure it out for yourself because it would take forever. So again, I don't expect you to do that part, right? I don't expect you to try to figure everything out like that. But at least understand what you're doing. Don't hold it, like, again, because imagine if you did that, oh, Ocarina of Time is so easy. People do speed runs of it in 10 minutes or whatever the record is, right? So it's like, if you look at it that way, oh, that game sucks. That game's so easy. That game's 100%, you know, whatever. What is this person doing here? Oh god, am I gonna... Well, if I paralyze you here, then you might just fall off the side. What a great prediction. You might just fall off the... So what's gonna happen? Are you gonna die? Because even if you don't, I don't give a shit. It gives you like similar to the Fus Roda type shout and shit. No, but what I'm saying is the fact... Okay, let me not die while I'm trying to explain this. The point that I'm making is... It's like... Don't hold it against the game that you're looking stuff up and then saying, oh, it's too easy. That's my only point, right? Because, like, yeah, like Ocarina of Time, you could speedrun it, you could know all the things, optimize, metagame, all this kind of thing. But, right, then, oh, like, first of all, a game being difficult doesn't mean it's good or bad, right? Right, there's plenty of games that could be easy, that could be great. There's plenty of games that are hard that could be bad. That's number one. But number two is, again, look at your favorite games from your childhood, like, oh, Ocarina of Time is the best game ever. But if you look at it, it's pretty simple, right? The puzzles aren't that hard. The combat is pretty easy, right? So even as a kid, I beat the whole game without dying. And then I remember I was about to, and then I died to Ganon, just because I was kind of shell-shocked that there was a second phase to that fight. I was like, I thought the game was over. I beat Ganondorf, and then I... escape the castle, and it's like, okay, and then I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't know there was going to be another part to the fight, so then I died to that. But the point is that it's not that hard of a game combat wise or anything. That would have been a first playthrough Permadeath, the original, but you know, before I even thought of that format or knew that could be a format. But no, the point is that, like, you know, so difficulty doesn't determine quality, but also, right, if you held that same standard, like, well, this game's so easy and we can do the optimal build and we can speedrun it in half an hour and we can do all this. If you treated games like that, then Ocarina of Time sucks because it's super easy. Even if you play it blind, it's not that hard to figure out. There's a couple things that maybe you get stuck on, like, whatever, like when you become an adult, figuring out what to do, go to the graveyard and stuff like that's a little obscure, but you know, generally speaking, it's not that difficult of a game, so that doesn't mean it's bad. And it also doesn't mean that whatever, it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean it's bad, and it doesn't mean it's not complicated. It's just, again, knowing is half the battle. So anything is easy if you just look it up, right, in hindsight. So you could trash every game from your youth by saying that, like, oh, it's so easy, it's such a foregone conclusion. So we kind of just change our perspective. So the way we approach things is different, not the games themselves. If anything, they're more complicated than before. They're more deep. They have more content, more to them, right, than you ever would have had before. So I'm basically just trying to avoid stuff, but sometimes it's tempting not to. But that's literally all I have to do. So if I die now, I'm going to be pissed because all I want to do is bring him his little book back for his Christmas present. This is our Skyrim Christmas tradition. But this is Whiterun, though. Wait, how did we get so far off track? Now, I could take the carriage to Winterhold, but I'm not going to. This is part of the challenge too, but no, it's like you want to speedrun everything, you want to use guides for everything, you want to use add-ons, you want to, you know, use borrowed knowledge and then act like you're so smart, kind of like what people do in chess. You know, you study and then somebody else hasn't studied, so you think you're better. But no, it's just like, you know, you understand the fact that, let's see if we can kill an elk on this character the way that we couldn't do on the... Okay, at least it does a little bit more. But they're still super tanky. I'm just being kind of paranoid, actually, but would it even show Winterhold anywhere? Wait, Winterhold is that way? But how? I guess I assume this icon is telling me that's Winterhold, but I don't know. Well, there must be a way to get there from here, too. Or yeah, I don't even use a horse. But no, it's like people try to make everything so much easier for themselves, and then they complain that, oh, it's too easy, or they try to turn it into an ego thing. That happens a lot with multiplayer stuff, like, oh, look how good I am, or look how, you know, like you're trying to prove something, but again, you're doing it for the enjoyment, for the experience. It's not about the journey destination, it's about the journey, right? You're not really proving anything anyway. You're kind of you know, again, knowing is half the battle, a sense of discovery, a sense of that's what I noticed with some of my content too, like on YouTube and stuff. Like, okay, I put my Path of Exile first playthrough on there, my first episode of my first playthrough of Path of Exile 1, right? And people are raging and getting mad and being all egotistical and saying, oh, you suck, and like trying to brag about how good they are. But it doesn't matter, right? Like they're expecting something different. Like, oh, you're trying to prove something, or maybe because I do these permadeath first playthroughs, it seems like I am trying to prove something, but it's really not. It's just something I find interesting. But what it means is that, you know, it's a situation where, oh, okay, dude. Okay, we can do it. We can do it. Just have to not aggro anything else. I don't have to rely on the paralysis entirely. What I have to rely on is the fact that this should stagger him. This should still stagger them. Right, but they're super fucking tanky, just like everything else. We're getting jump scared by a bear, dude. Oh, shit. Right, this should stagger you. This should stagger you. They kind of juke me a little bit here and there, but I'm going to backpedal my way into something here. I mean, this ability is kind of overpowered, but I have no choice. Like, I can't do anything, dude. Look at how tanky you are. I'm totally going to backpedal into some danger, but I don't know what to tell you. We got to do it like Fume Night style, where we go around in circles. Oh my god. So now, how far could Winterhold possibly be from here? And the answer is, because of the clear separation of biomes, it might not actually be that far. Do we have any more of the soul gems? We do. So I mean, this bow has been sort of the MVP. I didn't realize how good it was, or I guess I typically don't use it, but because of how bullshit some of this combat is, right, and just how health patty, I really don't get it. Like, I'd never watch other people play this game or anything, but like, I don't know what this is, where we have 100 archery, we have an archery set on, like, all bow damage, and we just can't do shit with this because... What even is this? This looks like one of the standing stones, but there isn't even one here. Oh, this is like one of the dragon burial sites, I guess. Probably for the story. Which, again, I've never beaten. I've never beaten this game, despite playing 1,000+ hours. But yeah, I'll still upload this to like my main channel, because I'll just cut out the parts where I go AFK, which really, I guess, was only once. But I guess I'm celebrating too early. Let's make sure we get there in one piece, whatever it takes. Okay. Maybe you need like some sort of escape option like that, like the whirlwind sprint. If you don't have, there's somebody over there. Because if you don't have that, you're just kind of screwed. So how far is Whiterun to Winterhold? I feel like it's not that far. Even as I was saying how the map isn't that big. Or even like the guards are going to try to kill me when I get there. And they'll probably still be... Yeah, that's how comical it could be in a real-time sense. Not even joking or exaggerating. The amount of time it took me to walk all the way out there, walk all the way back, do the dungeon, get the book. If the dragon was there with the amount of health that it has... Right, and the guards were fighting it, it would still be going on. That's how tanky the fucking dragons are, right? That they'd still be fighting it, the same one that appeared, right, when you first got there. I could go, take a walk halfway across the map, you know, fight the guards, fight the fucking bear, get the book, walk back, you know, go sleep in a bed for 8 hours, and they're still fighting the same fucking dragon. This is how careful I'm being. I'm crouching, stealthing in the open world, which often doesn't work very well. In fact, this armor is kind of counterintuitive that way. It'll do damage to stuff, but it'll able to move quietly. Opponents take 5 poison damage per second. But wouldn't that kind of get their attention and aggro them? I guess not, because you can shoot them with an arrow in the face and it still won't get their attention. Like, oh, it must have been the wind type of thing. But one thing that you might think I should have done is like, oh, maybe I should maybe we didn't get a white Christmas necessarily here where I live, but we get the white Christmas in the game. But no, it's like, maybe I should, what was I saying? Oh yeah, maybe I should use my other channels to do this, like to stream. But like I said, I'm trying to do this where like I don't mind spamming stuff on this channel, and then if it ends up overtaking the other two, it's fine. Like this could be my main one for streaming purposes. Like, because again, I have 300 something subscribers on the one, then I have like 120 on the other, and then I have only like 60 something on here, but I just never use this channel much. That's why I felt more comfortable doing it here, because, but no, like arguably I should be doing this on my main channel, but I don't really care, I guess. Right, like I just, it feels kind of like, you know, if I'm going to stream every single day, right, I don't feel like I want to spam people on there. Whereas again, on here, this channel was just meant as kind of a dumping ground for stuff anyway, so. But then what I'll do is, again, some of these streams I'll take and I'll upload to those channels anyway. Which maybe feels pointless now because they auto-upload anyway, but. So how much farther could it be? I mean, we're in the right snowy region for this. We might have fished for the first time ever today, and it didn't even... I preferred just swimming through the water and picking up the salmon with my bare hands, but... I don't know exactly... Because the mountains always screw up the route that you're taking. Nothing should really be able to kill me just like that, though. Unless I seek it out, I should be fine, right? If I just run away... It shouldn't really matter. It feels like this is the path actually to Winterhold, but it's not. Like, you'll have to circle all around. The important thing is don't use Whirlwind Sprint, like, ever, until you need it to get away. Because if I use it now, I could go into trouble and then I can't get out of it. Because your basic run speed is never enough to get away. It's almost as awkward as, like, in Bioshock, where the original Bioshock, it's like... If something's attacking you, you just have to turn around slowly and run away. Like, it's one of those games that feels like you should have a little strafe thing, like in Metroid Prime or something, right? The way that, and those were those were two games that I missed hearing about completely. Shows you kind of how out of the loop I am, I guess. Both Metroid Prime 4 and Silk Song, Hollow Knight sequel, right? Both of those came out without me even noticing. And of course, I've never even beaten the, I sometimes try to make my own unlock conditions that way. Like, I've never even beaten Hollow Knight, but I came pretty close to it, so I could finish that at some point. One of the playthroughs I left hanging on my old channel, and then, like, oh, I have to do a permadeath run of Metroid Prime 3 and 2 in order to unlock the ability to play Part 4 at all, right? Then we could do a permadeath first playthrough of that or something. So I could kind of do it like that. Doing a permadeath run of Hollow Knight would be interesting. Like, I certainly wasn't doing it like that. That was just a normal playthrough. And I certainly died a lot in that. It doesn't seem that hard, but it's kind of deceptive, I guess. Or isn't this where those clowns were? The fucking... yeah, the seducer. So we must be close now. Right now we just take a sharp left... It feels like I'm playing it in sort of a robotic way, in a sense, like, oh, I'm trying to avoid combat and stuff like that, right? And so even as I'm saying that, I don't know exactly what I'm up against. It could be the dragon cultist type people, but how? How? They should be out of my view. They're even faded out in the red. Like, I am genuinely scared there. I don't know what it was. I didn't even see what they were. Right, like, I don't want to know it. I don't want to fuck with it. Like I said, it feels like I'm playing in a robotic way, or I'm just trying to avoid conflict, but kind of have to at that point. Like, there's really nothing I can do. The only thing I can think of that would make things easier for me is if I like summon stuff. Oh, fuck. I don't want to go back on that path now, though. Right, if I summon an overpowered busted thing that's also health inflated, because if the enemies are, so too are your summons, because they kind of count in the same way, right? Or like even your AI followers would be similar. What? Oh, it's just a wolf. Which is still pretty substantial, but... Right, like how tanky it is. I better not talk too much shit about something or it'll punish me. You know, we get off the beaten path because whatever was on there is just way too strong for us to deal with. And even if we could deal with it, it would take us like an hour to kill them all because, you know, that's just how it is. Like, well, look what an experience this turns it into. This is sometimes what hard mode gaming or permadeath stuff is all about. Right, that you're like, it'll turn the simplest thing into a whole ordeal and a whole epic, you know, event. Don't get stuck in this shit again. So I sort of broke my fast travel rule a little bit there because I got stuck in the rock at the earlier point, but it wasn't really like cheating. It didn't really help me. It's just like an auto unstuck button that you need to have in a buggy game, I guess, but that was the one bug though that was kind of funny though. Like I said, the one follower who kept appearing outside of every door that I would go in because I don't know. Is this going to be the same? I assume it was the cultists because there were like 4 of them. Or it could just be guard. No, but even guards don't travel quite like that. Again, we escaped from that pretty reasonably. We didn't even give them a chance to see us, or I didn't even see them really. Stillborn Cave is a Falmer thing. Or like, that's also what hard mode gaming can do, is it can make something kind of scary. In the sense that, like, I remember that in like Grounded, Permadeath, and The Last of Us, between the sound of the clickers in a long period of time, because I'm being all apprehensive and playing it stealthy, you hear them for a long period of time when you're in a room with them, and that sound starts to grate on your nerves when I'm using my headphones, and I was using like this badass pair of headphones, and like, so not only will the sound sort of get to you, but just the psychological knowing that, oh, if I aggro one and I get one shot by it and I can't defend myself against it really, and I also, you know, so basically if I aggro one, I'm going to die and I'm going to lose my entire run and hours of progress. So it makes you actually psychologically scared of it in that sense, right? So you almost do react as if sort of like you would in real life, like, oh my goodness, I'm going to lose hours and hours of progress, you know, if I aggro this thing. And so I'm terrified of it, and I'm hearing the sound constantly as a constant reminder of that possibility, and there's no good way to fight back against them for a while, like at the early part of the game. So it creates like real fear in the sense that, oh, dying is a permanent thing in the game and I'd have to restart and it would end my run. So it makes everything immersive and sometimes even scary. So now the problem is that they're gonna attack me here, the guards, which maybe I didn't even initiate it this time though. It must have been something from before. I kind of initiated with some of the other guards, or I still didn't even do that. Maybe I just killed some random civilians to do something, but it seemed like I was already wanted here, which is kind of ironic, being the Archmage of Winterhold. It's like, how does that make sense? So I'm safe in my college, which is in the town, but I'm not safe in the town itself. But there was always like some bad blood with the town and that, like they blame the college for why part of the city went missing or something. Right, some failed experiment. But it's kind of comical how this, not only do I do this only every Christmas and every year, but I end up doing only the same thing too. The just getting a book for this dude, and I think we've had that happen before too, where it was just like a very simple dungeon. Like getting there was the real adventure, but the dungeon itself was pretty easy. Like you just go and kill one thing, get the book, like one of those caves with the trolls in it. Like usually the ones with animals in it are easier. Like you just fight a couple bears or you fight a couple trolls instead of like a full-on dungeon that you would have to do, because it could send you anywhere. Right, there's no guarantee that it'll be an easy one like that, so we got kind of lucky in a way. The main thing I have to worry about is the guards themselves. Because I kind of don't want to fight them, but I can't really afford to ignore them if they're gonna kind of gang up on me. But yeah, this would be the kind of thing where, like, I have more power in this town than the Jarl does because I'm the, you know, whatever, the Archmage is badass. The Jarls do feel kind of underwhelming in this game. Or, like, even the towns themselves aren't big enough to really, you know, some of them aren't good, but this one is just so shitty. But I guess that's part of the point, that it's kind of broken down and it's seen better days, kind of. Yeah, that was an interesting session. A couple moments of frustration for sure. That, again, the bullet sponginess never... It's not like this is a new effect. Like, I've experienced this every time I'm doing this in Legendary. I just can't quite wrap my head around it. It's especially unfair in the open world. In a dungeon, it can kind of... Well, no, but then you just kind of have to keep repeating yourself. Like, you know, you would, like, get a stealth hit on one thing and then run away a little bit and reset and then get another hit. Like... Because their health value is going to be so ridiculous that you don't have a choice but to do that. The guards are out to get me, but I mean... I don't want any trouble, dude. I get, like, diplomatic immunity as soon as I step over the border from the town into the college. Like, we're actually sneaking through a town in which we're a wanted man. Now, a dragon will appear and I won't give a shit about it either. I'm not going to risk dying and have to redo the whole thing. Like, imagine... And that actually happened one of the times. I was going back in to turn the book in, and then the dragon came down and blew its breath at me and one-shot me, because that's kind of how much damage the dragon breath does. So I was, like, in this moment right now, and I was just running back into my... Running into there, and we did actually get killed by a dragon. And then I'd have to do the whole thing again. Ominous goat sighting. Or wait. What? Well, speaking of that, why are they hostile to me? Like I said, I should be safe in the college. Let's just reset, because I don't want any trouble here. Bro. Because I have, like, my... I'm even jinxing it, like, oh, you know, this is what happened. I don't mind paying my bounty, dude. I just don't want to die. Bro. You gotta sneak into my own college. I thought that didn't affect the college. Right, the bounty or something. I'm not trying to do anything. For fuck's sake, man. In fact, I know it doesn't affect it because we had bounty as we came out of the college into the town, and then the guards are after me. But they weren't attacking me in the college. Like, I don't get it. Bro, I'm trying to be... I'm being sabotaged. But yeah, like how the dragon killed me the one time. I don't want to get killed by these clowns. Like, we gotta use Aura Whisper on my own fucking people. Like, what just happened? I don't understand. They maybe dispersed a little bit. I almost feel like it's a bug. Like, they're not really meant to be doing that, but... Like, is Urogro Shub gonna attack me too? Yeah, I don't feel like that's really meant to happen. Bro, that almost just ended my run too. I don't know why they were doing that. It's just a challenge that I put to them. Try to make my mission even harder, right? It's part of our college training to ward off complacency.
Next fight, Archmage. Looks like you're still in one piece. More importantly, so is the book. Thank you.
The bro got his Christmas gift under the tree, whatever that fucking shitty book is. go to the Archmage's quarters, and then let's do another one, but a little underwhelming because I wanted to do that other run a little better, or even if I had just saved it and not died, I would have been happier with that. But the problem is that we always the problem is that we always see, now we only get to save it now. So if we had died at any point, which we did die, obviously, like, you know, we had to reset and do it all in one shot. So from this save from last year, as you can see, 12, 25, 24, from that save to here, we had to do it in one shot, where we picked up the quest, we walked all the way to the dungeon, we got the book, we walked all the way back, right, on legendary difficulty. That's what you actually have to do, which doesn't seem like that big of a deal, and it shouldn't be, but it is pretty hard. So again, same thing, 12, 25, 25. And see, that's where the playtime is kind of deceptive. I might do something else here, though, actually, just because it feels like a well, I guess I already saved it, so maybe I'll try another run fresh, but you know, that doesn't seem like a long enough episode for something I can only do once a year, but I also don't want to push it or force myself. So let me think.